All right, it's 9:02 p.m. and usually we'd save this for the end, but right now we have some breaking news. And I do mean breaking news. This just came off like minutes ago. I don't even know if Ashley knows
Is
about
it?
it.
Is is it? Well, considering you're using the term breaking news, is it Vince McMahon didn't brake properly, so that's why his car got totaled today or yesterday?
Well, we'll talk about that later. Don't worry. Um, so obviously we're going to be talking a little bit of everything today. This is the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. Welcome Aiden, Quinn, and Jeremy Mills to chat. We have breaking news, Ashley. As of this very moment, there has been some interesting discussions lately, and it's finally come to the forefront. And it was announced that this happened yesterday, apparently, and one side is not commenting on it. Kind of like back in if you watch the Late Shift HBO movie about Jay Leno and David Letterman versus each other to determine who's going to take over for Johnny Carson on the Tonight Show. When out of nowhere they offered David Letterman the job underneath Jay's nose, and this is a kind of a situation like that. So, Pro Wrestling
You're
Sheet,
telling me. You're
Pro Wrestling
telling me
Sheet come.
John Cena is going to become the face of Fast and Furious 9.
No, Jeremy, Jeremy. That's exactly what we're talking about. So I'm going to say it because I don't think Ashley knows. WWE have been in talks with Sinclair Broadcast Group, and it was just announced that they have been in discussion since January. Things have been progressing slowly, and as of this moment, it looks like WWE is looking to purchase controlling interest in Ring of Honor.
Ha ha!
So
if you can't buy number 2, buy number 3.
Exactly. So basically, this includes the weekly show that's going to air on the network. It doesn't state if the superstar roster is going to sign WWE deals or NXT deals, but we'll know more probably soon. There is no deal that's actually on the table right now, and it's simply just discussions. But this is big news. Don't forget.
Here's the fucking irony. Everybody that left that company because they're going to the E should have stayed there because they were going to the
So more
Wait,
to
hang on. How the fuck does that affect the Bucks of Youth?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. So here's the thing. A little bit more to this. Don't forget, early last year, WWE tried to buy TNA. At least that was the rumor. And that was the big rumor going around Bound for Glory. I remember being at Bound for Glory, and a lot of people were thinking that we were going to get to see basically the same night when WCW was taken over by the WWE. We're going to get to see that with Impact, but it never came to fruition. And this may not either. But it has been said numerous times that Ring of Honor is pretty much looked at as an unofficial feeder promotion for World Wrestling Entertainment. Ring of Honor on the network would be great in so many ways. Imagine that back catalog to be able to fully promote all of the stars that are currently on the roster. Plus, who knows how well this is going to work.
How the shit do they think Ring of Honor's a feeder promotion? Nearly everybody in that company, NXT, hasn't even been in Ring of Honor.
Well, here's the
only
thing.
Ones that have are Rollins, Zayn, and Owens, really.
Cesaro.
Okay.
But no, I'm not saying feeder. We're using the term feeder promotion like ECW was a feeder promotion for WWE, and they even admitted it during the rise and fall of ECW. So I'm saying right now that this could be a really good benefit, and this could be a really interesting benefit, because where does this leave New Japan Pro Wrestling and its deal with Ring of Honor? I don't think WWE and New Japan are going to coexist.
That's the like doubly interesting thing, I would argue.
I mean, I have to mention this. I mean, this is breaking news. I just found out about it right before we went on the air. And it's something that may end up happening. It may be something that doesn't happen. It may fall through. It just kind of depends at this point. But I do want to put it out there that there may not be an official offer on the table just yet, but things could get real interesting real soon.
Oh, clearly.
Because why wait and sign names like Adam Cole and Leo Rush, which we're going to be talking about soon, which he'll probably be making his way to Stanford sooner rather than later anyway. We'll get to that later. Because you don't have to sign them, because just like you're playing Promotion Wars or EWR in the Sim Feds back on the computer days, you're basically just going to get a full-on takeover of the promotion and get the entire roster to do with whatever you please. This has huge ramifications for the wrestling business if this actually goes down.
Oh, no doubt. No freaking doubt, son.
Like, a lot of talent are going to go to NXT. I think I think most of the talent will probably start at NXT. I think some people will end up on the main roster. And by God, this is about time that Christopher Daniels gets a WWE contract. And I don't just mean for metal and jacked. It's going to be interesting to see who they take if this happens.
Yeah. Could Adam Cole finally be getting in, even though they didn't want him? And Lethal, for that matter.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Remember, Daniels has been on WWE before.
Yeah, but he didn't have a solid worker contract. He did some job matches on Jacked and Metal, and he worked on Sunday Night Heat, and basically he didn't really have a place on the show. He did some light heavyweight matches.
Bring up the most important.
Which one?
You forgot the most important. He was one half.
Oh, Los
Conquistadors.
Yeah, it was him and Aaron Aguilera. Jesus.
Yeah.
Carlito's bodyguard, the guy that came from Ultimate Pro Wrestling in California.
Exactly.
Don't
forget Jesus, son.
Yeah. Don't mess with the Jesus. The thing is, that's all that Owen's going to say. Logan says somebody go to Japan or Impact. I think if this does go down, there's going to be a lot of people making the phone call. I swear.
Probably.
I mean, this is everywhere. I mean, this is Pro Wrestling Sheet that's talking about it. Now it's going to, like, Jerry Mills brought it up. It's on Scoops now, and I saw it. It's starting to make the rounds. So, Aiden, get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
The PW Sheet was the one that reported on it first.
That is correct.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see whether, other sources that are in the business, like Mike Johnson of P. Windsor and Monsieur Dave.
Dave Shearer, Pro Wrestling Torch.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see what happens, but yeah, to say that's breaking news right now, Ashley, is a gross understatement.
Well, it's not actually breaking. I mean, you lied to me. Damn it!
I just found out about it seconds ago. I mean, we get ready to go live, and I see this message come across my feed. WWE looking to buy Ring of Honor. I'm like, hold on, there's no way. This is clickbait. And I looked around, I was like, okay, maybe there's more to this than meets the eye.
People, just having a quick look into it, people are intrigued on the boards as to what this means.
Oh yeah, this is major news.
What this means for Terry Funk. Is it not going to be forever anymore?
Oh my God. I have more breaking news, and this is the one I don't want to break. But we did.
Hang on.
Yeah, you probably know what I'm going to say before I say it.
Is this the thing where I need to fill in the story of what happened Monday?
I believe so. Yeah, Jeremy, you're right on top of this tonight, to say the least. It's not news we really want to talk about, but it was just confirmed via Twitter by Jim Ross himself. The words were, "A priest gave my wife Jan her last rites tonight. My little angel is gone." So, yes, Jan Ross passed away earlier this evening.
Yeah. Basically, victim of. Well, I don't think it was a hit and run.
Well,
It
she
was
got
just
hit. She was riding her
It was an.
Vespa.
Yeah, she was on a Vespa.
Right.
She got hit by a 17-year-old driver.
Right.
Because it was a local trip for her, she didn't decide to wear her helmet. So when the collision happened, that her skull got fractured in multiple places, and she was immediately in the ICU, and for something like that, I mean, I'm not trying to do it with a comparison of what happened
Right.
today in London. A situation in which a vehicle collided with people and probably at high speed, and people's skulls probably got fractured, and multiple people injured. So thoughts and prayers out to them, and certainly as well, thoughts and prayers out to Jim, his family, and friends of Jan as well. I believe they met when she was an air hostess.
Yeah, he was working for
As he was
WCW
doing
at
the
the time.
rounds for. Yeah, he was doing. I don't know if it was like international stuff, like trips to Japan and whatever, or North Korea. Did JR go to Korea? I don't even remember.
He could have.
But yeah, certainly sympathies and best wishes
Absolutely.
and condolences.
I mean, we start off the show with breaking news, talking about something that's going to impact the entire wrestling world if it happens, and then we have to transition to something that is extremely impactful in its own way to a lot of people that know Jim Ross, knew Jim Ross, and knew Jan as well, and the entire Ross family.
Mm-hmm.
I was afraid we'd have to make that comment tonight, but I didn't want to think it was going to happen. But the more I kept looking at what Jim Ross was saying on social media, it sounded like it wasn't never looking good. It was just a matter of time, unfortunately, with everything that happened. And I hate starting out the show like with a bang and then bringing it down that low, but I mean, like sometimes
Could
life
be
happens.
worse. We could be talking about Impact straight from the off.
Oh boy. We got a lot to talk about tonight, sir. Real quick, let's do a proper opening. Welcome to another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, exclusively here on the Podcast Network. My name is Owen. This is Ashley. And tonight we're going to be talking about a little bit of everything. We're going to talk about Smackdown and 205 Live, Impact Wrestling, stuff from the UFC, What Culture Pro Wrestling, NXT, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling, news and rumors from the wrestling world. We're going to do a lot of results tonight, going to cover all the things that you're going to see if you are lucky enough to be where I am right now in the WrestleMania weekend. And we're going to be talking about all those shows and all those various appearances. We're going to be getting all that information, all that and more tonight here on the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast. As always, we thank you for being here. That's thankfully, Jeremy. That's not necessarily breaking news. We'll discuss that later. Jeremy talking about the fact that Natalya Neidhart is going to be inducting Beth Phoenix into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I don't know why I said it like that. That Sounds like bad news bears, but it isn't.
And if you go to WWE shop right now, and my advice is to do so, there are some really cool Hall of Fame T-shirts that are available for all of the Hall of Fame inductees this year. Some of which I will be purchasing.
KO Mania too.
Yes. Among the Ravishing Rick Rude T-shirt, so I'm definitely gonna be buying that as well. So yeah, that's how we must move on now, and let's get to Smackdown. Some very interesting things going down.
The down of smacks.
Yes.
So yeah, basically they started off with the whole recap of AJ being fired, except apparently not, because he's got a match with Shane. Basically, AJ's looking for Shane, and Daniel's like, if it was up to me, he'd be fired. But Shane isn't like the other McMahons who would have ruined his life. Yet more bloody digs. I don't know whether this is written this way or whether this is him just saying what he wants to say. Who knows? You know, Shane's on his way. And AJ says, I'm going to be beating up Shane McMahon again. So we're back at the commentary desk. No Moro. They just said he's ill. I think it's obviously some sort of serious situation, given that he hasn't tweeted in a week.
I can't say anything because we don't know. My personal speculation either is there's something seriously wrong, like personal, with him or his family, and obviously they don't want to draw attention to it, or he's going to get released soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And of course, JBL was continuing the Twitter feud and everything, and Josh Matthews and Taz were talking about Morrow not making the show and talking about making a town in the snow. So it was disrespectful, basically, to miss a show regardless for what reason. So yeah, they're still making him out to be the bad guy. So if there's something seriously wrong, and this isn't a wellness violation, obviously, because he's not a worker or anything, but still, if this is bad news, I got a feeling. There's no way that he's not at least in trouble in some way, whether it's emotional trouble, physical trouble, or he's about to be fired, which would not shock me a bit.
We'll see.
We move on.
So yeah, after that, AJ comes out and says, "You know, I'm not sorry for anything I did. You know, you don't know how good it was for me to put a fist in your face, Shane, and you know, putting you through that car window. You know, I'm untouchable. It's clearly it's pretty awesome. You know, I can injure, I can injure the commissioner, and that gets me into a match at WrestleMania. And I'm going back to that parking lot to wait for you because things will be going from bad to phenomenally worse." So Daniel's on the phone, basically briefing Shane, and Daniel's got a smile on his face. So clearly, something's happening. Then we got Baron Corbin showing up and saying to Daniel, "Is Ambrose here?" And Brian's like, "I don't know." So Baron goes, "Oh, I get the night off. I'm going to the blackjack tables." I'm going, That's why fucking Vince had his accident. He was on the blackjack tables in Connecticut. A bastard. And so Daniel said, "Okay, you're not got the night off. You're facing Randy Orton." So now it's American Alpha versus the Usos for the tag titles, and good match, and holy shit, we got new champs.
They flipped the titles before WrestleMania. That's not a good sign for there to be a SmackDown tag title match.
Yeah. bit ominous, isn't it?
I'd say so.
Yeah, basically, Gable got thrown into the crowd, and then they managed to distract the referee, allowing Jimmy to crotch Jordan, and Jay super kicked him. So the Samoan Bucks of the Smackdown nickel and dime tag team champions.
Yeah, I will say, Ashley, I'm other than the fact that American Alpha are 100% the Steiner brothers now, even more so than ever before. I will state right now that it would not surprise me very soon if you start seeing Jason Jordan with headgear. The thing is, you have to look at from the perspective of this. American Alpha as tag team champions were booked terribly, terribly.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that the crowd were even cheering for the Usos by the time this match was over.
Yeah. Forgot about that. Christ.
Yeah, that was bad.
That tells you the dire straits that they're in.
To say the least.
So then
Luke Harper.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Showing his personality. Gotta love it.
Looking like the what was that? David Bowie shit bulbs around him in Heathen, I think it was. Like the last album he did like 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
Before he went on his hiatus for years. It was just like that. Like, I'm surrounded by light bulbs. I've seen what Sister Abigail can do. It can turn a normal man into a madman. Randy, you just opened Pandora's box. And next week, I'm going to destroy Bray Wyatt. La Barbalucha, going zoo.
Indeed.
So then we get to interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's time for part 1 of Total Bella's Total Bullshit. So, yeah.
The segment was unofficially brought to you in part by Penn and Teller.
Maurice is being both Nikki and Brie, and like Brie mode, like, you know, and just all that sort of stuff. Then, but this is obviously clearly shot actually at Cena's pad.
Of course. He was probably off camera laughing his head off.
Miz shows up as Cena.
This was great.
It's like, Brie, did I hear you singing? Rule 11 of the John Cena household. No Brie singing. I'm trying to think the other things like no feet on the table. Some other rule 34. If anybody gets that reference, good on you.
I got it. No.
Although at this rate, rule 34 can only involve Brad Maddox, it seems.
Oh, man.
Shots fired.
He wouldn't know because he doesn't have social media anymore. I don't blame him either.
I was getting confused then because one of the bulbs just went off. I'm not in darkness, thank fucking God, but I am in partial darkness. Oh, I got distracted. Well, I'm changing that, I guess. And he made something like, I've got a proposal for you. And it was something like, oh yeah, it was, I've got a proposal. Can you stop breaking rule 11? Feet on the table sort of thing. Obviously keep doing the dig about the whole proposal thing. It gets better. This bit was awesome as on itself.
Oh, yeah.
But it gets better. So next, Corbin versus Orton. Which is interesting because it's not anything to do with Wyatt that affects this. It basically, the camera and whatever towards the end goes to the stage, and Dean Ambrose shows up on a forklift.
Yeah.
That freaking forklift, man. Drink it in, man. That distraction is enough for an RKO from out of nowhere, and Orton wins. And Ambrose says, "Look, if you want your IC title match, you got it." So there's match 54 for WrestleMania 33.
Please don't remind me, number one. Number two, are we getting a stipulation on this match?
Who knows? We got a week.
Exactly.
So AJ's still waiting for Shane in the garage. Oh, by the way, Dean gave him dirty deeds or whatever. I don't know if that's important. Man, that light's really... Okay, I was making sure that wasn't like fucking up or anything. So Orton's with Renee in the back and asked about Bray last week or whatever. Can't remember what he said, which is good. And Randy's like, the last thing I expected was Bray to react to that. So then the lights flicker. Is that why it fucking happened? Is that what... Were you giving me a signal, Bray? Was that why the light went out?
It was preparing you for this promo.
Or was it actually... okay. It's glinting in a way that it might be actually like fucked up broken. Which makes me like worried. It was on the blink anyway, but... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this. It's getting creepy. I got like ominous lighting. I feel like I'm wrestling at a Ring of Honor show where they fucked up the lighting. Is it you, Vince? You?
It could be.
So then all of a sudden people in lamb masks show up and surround Orton and subdue him. And Bray comes in and baptizes him and says, "Randy, you've exposed you my one flaw, and that was Abigail. And that's now going to become my greatest strength, because she's with me, and the power lives inside of me." Oh no, she's with Randy, and the power lives inside of Randy, but purging that fatal flaw is more than Bray could ever imagine. So basically, he wants rid of Sister Abigail because he feels now that was the thing that was holding him back, possibly. He's got the world title in his hand.
Let's hope he keeps it.
So then, here comes Fandango.
Heck yeah.
He's like, "Wow, we saw that clip earlier tonight. Good old Johnny Boy exposed for being a bad boyfriend. Breeze, get him a ticket. He's wearing jorts in 2017. Breeze,
I love this so
get
much.
him a ticket. Tonight I'm going to expose Cena as a bad wrestler. And for that, Breeze, get him a ticket." And then we actually find out Breeze is Breezy Bella. As if it wasn't enough for Maurice to dress up as Nikki. Now Lee Tyler's doing it as well. So the most important match of the fucking night happened here. Because it's Lance Catamaran versus Chet Chatterfield, motherfuckers. Southpaw Regional Wrestling is coming fucking through.
This is very true.
Just to prove that there can be intergender violence, basically Nikki speared Breeze. And then both hit attitude adjustment and STF submissions on both of them. Obviously, the legal two were Fandango and Cena. So Cena won. And that was Cena's contribution to the show. It's like, hey, Connecticut, fuck you! Oh. So now Natalia's on commentary for Becky Lynch versus Carmella, which goes barely 2 minutes. Carmella hits a super kick, but then Natalya runs in with a discus clothesline to get the DQ win for Carmella. Basically, throughout the thing, Natalya isn't even commenting on the match. She's just watching. So then Mickie James beat the shit out of Natty. Mickey manages to bloody missile drop King Charles Ellsworth. It's like, good. Alexa takes out Mickey. It's a clusterfuck. That's what we've established, everybody. The cluster of the fox.
And speaking of that match, at WrestleMania, apparently there are a lot of names from the past that have been contacted to make an appearance in that cluster match, including 2 names from the present, Emma, and making her return finally after this long-term injury that has kept her doing only basically promotional appearances and making a lot of Snapchat videos. I would know. Summer Rae. Currently working at the Performance Center right now, actually, to get back in ring shape.
Yeah.
Yay. Owen's happy.
Then we got Neville saying, I'll take care of Mustafa Ali tonight before I face Aries at WrestleMania. And then we go back to the important bit, Total Bella's bullshit part 2. And it's like, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Is the tape rolling, guys? Hang on, I can see you. And then it cuts, and there's somebody with a fucking cue card saying, I love you. It's like,
that's awesome.
Better get out of shot. So it's like, do you want a tour of the place? Yeah. Here's the TV where we watch TV things. And John's like, wow, I've got something to reveal. I know you've been dropping hints. So I decided to get you a diamond. Dallas Page DVD yoga DVD set, right? And when they do this, they cut to the arena, and you can see the person that's like on the ramp side, literally just going, "Yes, son, this is fucking I love this." Like,
Cena does end up proposing at Mania. He's gonna get booed straight up.
John Cena sucks, and so does his fiance. That's what I think they're gonna do. They should do. Be bloody sensible about it, you bastard.
I only have so much power, Ashley.
Wow. Perhaps if we get enough people to go, they all hear this show, then they'll know. Motherfuckers. So then we get the next bit where it's like we're in the kitchen, where we get servants to cook all the stuff, but you cannot see them at the minute because we do not like them being shown on camera. I don't know where this is going, but I love it.
Indeed.
And it's like, it's time now, Nikki, for me to give you your ring. Like, da 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 da. A toy WWE ring. It's the scale and everything. Shall we get intimate? And then it's like, here is the bedroom. The interesting thing is, I sleep in a different bedroom, and Nikki sleeps under the floorboards. I was like, what?
Was this the Hateful Eight?
No, don't compare. Don't you fucking dare compare Nikki Bella to Channing Tatum. God damn it. My name is Deb. And then it's like, she's like, oh, how about John? We get a SmackDown Women's title over the bed. She's like, that's rule number 6 you've broken there. That's strike 2. You do not talk about progressing your career in front of any cameras. We do that in private. And it's like, now it's time to tie the knot. Because he gets down on one knee. You make the left ear, you make the right ear, you grab the rabbit and pull him through the rabbit hole, and he can't do it. Like, damn it! That's why I wear Velcro shoes. And that's it. It said to be continued. I wanted fucking more. There was none. God damn it. They're actually making a match that I don't want to see into something I do, because the build up for it has been absolutely incredible.
Oh my God, yes, absolutely. And you got to give it to everybody involved. Well, you got to give it to 3 of them involved, and Nikki's trying. So, but she's putting out more fire than she has.
She's trying on everybody's fucking nerves. God damn it.
She's had more fire in this program than she's had in anything she's ever done, probably because she knows this is one of the last things she's going to do with the company.
Probably.
And I badly want them to lose, but it won't happen.
You and your wishes, they never come true, do they? No.
No, they don't. So we've got, it was officially announced Luke Harper against Bray Wyatt next week. Renee's in the parking garage with AJ Styles.
Yeah, and it's like, then a car shows up, and it's Rhino and Heath Slater. And Shane McMahon's music plays. And he's like, hang on. Well, basically, Shane's like, AJ's looking for me. I'm right here, but I'm looking for AJ. And Renee goes, AJ, Shane's in the arena. And Shane's like, AJ's a tough guy when I'm not here or my back's turned. And I want AJ to prove how tough he is. I'd be willing to discuss all the issues. You could have thrown it down if it had escalated, but what you did was came in from the blind side. You attacked me with fucking Sandra Bullock, unaware. And whatever the issue is, it's gotten worse. And since, basically, either you should come out here or I'm going back there. And AJ gets to the gorilla position, grabs a mic, and comes onto the stage and says, look, calm down, Shane. I thought I had the main event of WrestleMania and then I didn't. I'm sorry. I probably did go off the deep end. You did me a favor. I wanted a match. You gave it to me. Daniel's right that you're not like any of the other McMahons. I'll look you in the eye and say I'm sorry and shake your hand. And then Shane starts punching.
Those punches again.
Hello, Jenna Maraska. Turns out you're a better fucking fighter than Shane McMahon is. This is a guy that's had MMA training, and he looks like a pussy-ass bitch. I really want to see Shane McMahon meet Conor McGregor, because McGregor will fuck him up. Dear God. The great thing is, bloody, somehow AJ has to sell it. It's like, dear God. That's fucking impossible. Of course, it finishes with a bloody, Shane McMahon diving elbow drop through the table for the win.
Right.
But man, that execution from Shane, if you didn't know before why Shane shouldn't wrestle ever, you know now.
Jeremy says, who's the face and who's the heel? And it looks like he missed him.
I'd say it's obvious that the face is AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Desperately, the face is AJ.
We'll see. That was Smackdown.
Mm-hmm.
I talk about talking.
The Talking Smack. Cena did a very good sort of serious. I was laughing away at it all as well.
Mm.
But you got 7 days to make all the most of it, because I like the fact you said 7 days when it's 12. So that might have been a screw up. I'll be the one standing tall come Mania. That basically was. And of course, Daniel Bryan brought up, that hold hands agreement on Raw. That's an interesting thing. Maybe I should try and get one. It's bloody hell. He's openly basically saying that every single fucking storyline now in this company practically is based off him.
The sad thing is he's not far from wrong.
Yes.
Oh, can we mention the fact that the Usos said that they want the Bullet Club?
If they fucking buy Ring of Honor, they'll get them.
That's funny. He said they want the Bullet Club and they want to, so they can mix the Raw and SmackDown tag titles.
Okay.
Renee goes, that would make it purple, which is the Cruiserweight title.
You know what? She's got a good fucking point.
She does have a good point. Yeah. So that's a thing. Let's go to 205 Live.
So it started with Neville cutting a promo saying how Ali disrespected him last week, and everybody needs a reminder of how things work around here. It'll be a reminder of such idiocy from the plebs. Aries will, come WrestleMania, Aries will bend his knee and pay homage to the king of the cruiserweights. So then we start off with TJ Perkins versus Tony Nese. Good, solid match. Basically, there was towards the end, Nese managed to pull one of the turnbuckle pads off and eventually used it for his advantage, managed to German TJ into the exposed turnbuckle. Nese hit the running knee and got the win. Cut to Drew Gulak, who's being asked about what the change is that needs to be made. And Drew's like, "But I was frustrated with losing last week. And there does need to be a change on this company. The WWE Universe, they're completely to blame. The athletes act like glorified stuntmen and spot monkeys reacting to the crowd. And he vows that there will be hope, and he has the solution. This is literally, note for note, the campaign for a better combat zone. I said that last week, but we'll say it again. because it's become even more clear in a ridiculous fashion. Then we've got Tozawa versus Alex Reynolds. Reynolds goes for a clothesline. Tozawa avoids it. German suplex, 3 count. And this match is over in, I don't know, barely a minute.
Yeah, it wasn't long at all.
So then Tozawa gets the mic and says, "Where is Kendrick? I want you to come out and fight. Stop hiding and fight me now. And if you won't come to me, I'll go to you." Of course, the irony about this shit is, how the fuck did he manage to get back in time from Japan? And also, how the fuck did he go to Japan without a passport? Anybody notice the issue here? Ever so slightly.
Don't think they were counting on people nitpicking like we do here on the show.
It wasn't nitpicking. It's common bloody sense, son.
I'm looking at it from their perspective, not ours.
If they want to connect with the people, they need to make common sense. So Tozawa goes to the back, and security guy attacks Tozawa. Except it's Brian Kendrick, who gives him sliced bread number 2, and it's lesson number 8. Appearances can be deceiving. Is it me, or is lesson number 10 going to be Ty Dillinger? At the rate we're fucking going, like Christ. So then Gallagher and Swan are in the locker room, and Dar and Daivari come in. And Dar wants to know about a dress. And Swan says, "Look, what you do in the privacy of your own home is your own thing, man." And Dar said, "No, I bumped into a courier that was delivering another gift to Alicia, and that'd just be overkill. Our relationship is better than all these silly gifts." Basically proving that Alicia Fox is a superficial bitch. How happy are you with that, Alicia? Are you going to have to do your own bloody sex tape to actually get relevant?
Oh boy.
And Swan's like, "What's this got to do with us, Noam?" And he says, "I want to deal with this in a peaceful manner. Next week, we'll settle it in the ring." And Swan says, "All right, Noam, you cannot handle it." I think the thing is, what's the twist going to be?
She's sending the gifts because she's crazy.
No, but who's sending the gifts?
She is. She's sending them to herself.
Oh God. That's the case, and that's just really stupid.
Tell me
I'm trying to think of somebody else on the roster.
I just think it's, like I said, I think that she's that crazy and she's sending herself gifts.
I think you will find they're pronounced GIFs.
That's a different story for later on.
So Austin Aries makes his way to the ring. One of the kids on the front is like, "Yeah, it's Aries." And he gives the kid a banana peel. And Austin says, "Since the interview went so crap last night, I'm going to try it again. In order to make it good, I'm getting rid of the thing that didn't work. And that's Neville. So I'm going to interview myself." Austin, why do you think that Neville calls himself the king of the cruiserweights? That's an excellent question, Aries. Some people would say Neville's overcompensating for lack of self-esteem or other deficiencies. And then he asks himself what makes him think that he's on Neville's level. And Aries says, "I'm not on his level. I'm on a whole other level. I'm on the A-double level." Literally seeing the shit that I said fucking that he said last week because he wants to say it again.
Yep.
We're dragging this out, which is the awkward bit. And Aries is going to give some embarrassing info about Neville, except Neville's music starts playing. So we ain't getting that today, son. And Aries says, look, I don't need you here unless you want to tell the embarrassing story yourself. Neville says, you're just talking yourself into an early grave, Austin. And Aries is like, I remember the last time that you interrupted an interview? You're just a Debbie Downer. That's why nobody likes you. And Neville's like, quit while you're ahead and leave the ring so I can teach a lesson to Mustafa Ali. And Aries like, okay, I'm leaving the ring, but I've got something to say. I haven't spoken enough. So I'm going to be doing color commentary. Like, yay! Austin Aries for one night only is back on the commentary desk. Yes!
For this main event, too.
And then Pac and Prince Mustafa Ali have a damn good match.
Yeah, they do.
Neville winning with, what's he calling it? End of days?
I don't remember exactly what I've heard it called so many things.
Power Jam. Eyes wide open.
He basically wins with the Rings of Saturn.
The Rings of Saturn. Yeah. I go by many names.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I lost where I was. Oh, wait, that was it.
Yeah, that's 205 Live for this week. And that is going to move us to our next bit of information. And that would be to talk about Ashley's favorite product on television right now, Impact Wrestling.
I mean, man. So, Alberto opens up the show with his opening promo. Basically saying that he's given up the title because he didn't want to win it by cheating, even though he cheated. And he was glad to get here and beat the man that everybody said couldn't be beaten. Politics mean I'm not the champ right now. And so he challenges Lashley. Instead, EC3 shows up and says, it was noble for you to give up the title because since you won it under such nefarious means, but given that it's your second day here, fucking spoilers, son. It's a week. God damn it.
It should be second time here, as the line should have been.
Yeah, already ruined that. You need to earn your title shot. And since I'm the top guy around here, I've got a proposal. Tonight, we go one-on-one to decide who gets the next shot at Lashley. Alberto says, I was promised a rematch with him, and I will get one. And EC fans make the rules. I'm like, okay, he clearly didn't hear the actual things that were said to him when he gave up the belt, did he? And but E3 says, I thought Alberto, you were a real bad hombre, but I don't think you know who I'm messing with. SA. He's like, okay, is it like Donald Trump or Eddie Guerrero? And those two have never been fucking compared. And they start to get in a fight. Security comes out. Everybody's chanting, "Let them fight." So they're gonna go on about. They're gonna go fighting later on.
Yes.
Then Eddie Edwards makes the biggest mistake of career. He has a promo section that he says he's going to make Impact Wrestling great again. Nope. So now we're in the Impact Management Room of Management, if you can call it that. Dutch, Bruce, Pat Kenny, and I can't remember who the other one was. It might have been Diamond or something.
That is Pat
Trying to
Kenny.
figure out the tag title situation. They're trying to figure out the tag title situation, you see. And Pat Kenny says, Decay said they beat the Hardys 1, 2, 3 and they should accept it. And everybody else is like, nope. And Bruce is like, I know how to handle this fucking podcast. So now it's time for Eli Drake and Tyrus versus Laredo Kid and Garza Jr.
Yep.
From the Crash. Important thing to know. The Crash. How do you like that, AAA? The Crash.
We'll get to that later. Don't worry.
In somewhat of an upset, Laredo Kid and Garza Jr. get the win.
Yep.
Basically, because Tyrus doesn't make it in the ring. You know, and Drake needs his assistance. And Garza rolled him up. And, you know, Drake's pissed. So then, you know, all throughout this, remember, Josh and Borash had just been murdering each other. So now we've got footage of James Storm, Eddie Edwards, and Moose in Japan. So, yeah, we get footage of Moose, who wasn't there last week because he was in Japan, Eddie Edwards, who was, and James Storm, who was. Anybody notice an ever so slight fucking problem? God damn it. So now it's time for Casey Quinn versus Brandy Rhodes. And of course, they're saying how Brandy, you know, left the place she used to work at. And then Cody shows up and says the match isn't going to happen. I know you're ready, but Impact's no longer going to pimp out the Rhodes name on their terms. They'll do it on his terms. And asks Casey for her name and then gives her $45, which apparently is $25 and TNA were going to pay her.
I popped when I said that, to be honest, because I've been on the other end of people not paying me the right amount before, and I know a lot of workers have, so that made me laugh.
And, to be honest, in the financial situation that the Impact Venture seems to be in, taking that fucking money. Basically pays her to go stand in the corner and says, excuses are the nails that build a house of failure, and that's where Moose lives. And Moose says he's in Japan. I am Japan. The audience is too sweet. Moose is a little man. But as Brandy can attest to, I am the biggest man. I'm going to double down and not only challenge Moose, but challenge him for the Impact Grand Championship. And orders his wife to go to the back. And she does. What the fuck?
Like I said last week,
the only promising bit from that was the whole, at least you're getting paid. Because these fuckers ain't going to pay you. So now Rosemary shows up and attacks Casey Quinn during the adverts, apparently.
Yep.
Hits the red wedding on her. And it's like, okay. More bloody stupid Josh and Borash shit. Then we get EC3 versus Alberto, which thankfully was an actual very good match.
Yeah, it definitely was.
EC3, despite doing all he best to escape, having to tap out to the cross arm breaker. Afterwards, Alberto shows EC3 respect and applauds him. And basically, he plays respect to him and EC3 eventually shakes his hand, but then leaves to give Alberto his moment. So who knows?
I'm telling you.
Then we've got the actual introduction to people of Reno Scum. with a backstage interview saying that they are the perfect combo of violence and athleticism, and we're going to be tag champs. EC3 is going crazy in the parking garage because he lost. Bruce Pritchard's like, calm down, man. And EC3 is like, well, basically, you can hear like Ray's voices, but you can't hear what they're arguing about. Then we got Madison saying she wants to make Impact Wrestling great again. And then Borash says she will be back next week. And now Suicide's coming back. Because it's Suicide versus Sander Everett versus Braxton Sutter versus Trevor Lee. Why the fuck is this happening? The sad thing is we've gone back to, oh, look, it's four guys. Flippy shit, flippy shit, flippy shit, flippy shit, flippy shit. Van Ness has come out being drunk, distracting Braxton Sutter. Trevor Lee gives Braxton a palm strike and gets the win. Okay. I mean, I don't have an objection to flippy shit because how much Young Bucks shit do I love? But it's just for a division like the X division where it's got history of doing that but also being good wrestling. It's like, no. Then Sienna shows up and says, I hope Braxton and Ali enjoy the fairy tale while it lasts because I'm going to give it to you worse than Maria. They keep name dropping all these people that aren't the fucking company anymore.
Yeah.
Isn't it adorable? The first time you're going to sleep together is going to be in the hospital. And that Romeo and Juliet are always going to have a tragic ending. Trying to think. There probably was one where nobody died. They made a tragedy into sort of like a mini tragedy. Who knows? Now Moose is telling us he's going to make Impact great again. It's time for a fucking podcast. Titles are won and lost in the ring, not in outer space or on the internet. You fucking tell that to Wrestle Circus, you cunt.
We'll get to that show later. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I've got those results too.
Inside of a ring and nobody knows who the hell the tag champs are. You tell that to fucking DDT. We're going to find out in 2 weeks, apparently. Because the top 4 teams in the company are going to be here and we're going to crown Impact Wrestling Tag Champs. So here comes the K, who want to talk with Bruce, and they introduce themselves and says, Abyss says, we are beautiful, no matter what they say, because words can't bring them down. We rescued the title from space and time, so we should get what we deserve or we will take them. So then here comes Reno Scum saying, we shocked the world by beating the DCC, so we deserve to be in the hunt. Then here comes Laredo and Garza Jr., with Laredo speaking in Spanish and Garza translating, saying that they want in. They have a brawl, which Decay eventually stand tall from. Before blah, 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 Homicide and Conan show up, murdering people. EYFBO shows up. ACR shows up. Or Diamante, or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, I think it's Diamante. I'm not positive at this point.
Homicide hits Crazy Steve with a cop killer.
Yep.
And Conan says, LAX is back. I want the white mafia to know we're serious like a late period. Yeah, we're going to make Impact Wrestling great again by being fucking Attitude Era. What?
For the sake of argument, the crowd was so loud for this segment that I couldn't even hear the promo that was going on.
Well, yeah, because it's like, holy shit, there's Homicide's actually come back. The guy we never thought would come back came back.
Yes, he did.
And then it turns out it's for nothing because he's basically just a manager. Well, shit, son. And that's the show.
So we have some Impact news going down.
Yeah. That crazy shit. Oh.
It was announced today. Impact has reached an agreement with AAA.
Well, it wasn't actually announced today. That's the sad thing. They did it in a press release today, but they showed up on the AAA television show on Sunday, the Rey de Reyes, and announced it. So yeah, basically Impact, you know, there's mentions of like talent sharing, which is sort of covering up the fact that there's nobody fucking in AAA that for the Lucha World Cup thing that they want to do in a couple of months. So basically that's what it will be for. But the Crash is not mentioned in the promo at all. They mention other groups that they're working with, but not anything and whatever.
Because clearly Crash and AAA are not working together.
And that's the issue. How the shit is this going to work out? Because I swear at some point, AAA are going to go, if you want, if you want to be on our side, sorry, but you need to choose. Part of me is honestly thinking, because the Crash situation now obviously means the Hardys aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to do it in such that they're actually going to drop the Crash.
There's a lot of guys.
Which is ironic because of Kona.
Right.
Because, Dorian Roldan hates the fuck out of Kona.
They are not. Well, Conan basically said today that he's not happy with this, but it's not his business.
True. He's just the booker. Yeah, but even if he's the booker, to some extent, he is involved, and AAA will not want that.
Oh, no, not at all.
Unless, of course, AAA are that desperate that they want Conan back because they feel that they're going to be dying soon if they don't have him. Hard to tell, really. Also, more developments on the Hardys legal situation.
Yep.
Rebby said on Twitter, update, TNA sent an absolutely laughable trial proposal. RE trademark usage and ownership. Sigh. We tried to play nice. Truly. Oh, well. Also went on to claim that Senor Benjamin never signed anything that would allow him to appear or allow Impact to use his likeness. Maxa was never cleared to work on camera, and Impact wanted a cut of the money that's made from Matt's merch store. And then concluded by saying that there will be a spokesperson speaking for them about the situation from now on. Which is a shame because I was liking her getting pissed.
Before we move on, TNA did another one night only show this past Friday. I want to give results for those.
Oh shit!
One night only Rivals. This was the last one night only that was taped before the set of tapings that I went to. Started off with DJZ defeating Trevor Lee. with his EDT. Gave it about 11 and a half minutes. Good back and forth match. Video package on the Rockstar Spud versus Braxton Sutter feud, including the night that Braxton literally booted Rockstar Spud's teeth out. Spud had a mouth guard in this match, and Sutter's like, you have horrible teeth, so in reality, I helped you out. So Braxton was coming off more like a heel here. He won with a running boot in 9 minutes. Cowboy James Storm and Mahabali Shera. Storm wins with the last call in 6 minutes. Rockstar Spud brings out Aaron Rex. Rex cuts a promo. And then he works with Jesse Goddard. Goddard goes for the Adonis lock. And Rex uses the brass knucks to get the win with the power of the punch. Storm talks to Shera in the back, says, you need to man up and get better. He shakes his hand. He's like, I know you can get better. Rosemary cuts a promo on the DCC. And this leads to Decay against the DCC. About 8.5 minutes. Abyss wins with a black hole slam on Eddie Kingston after the miss to Bram from Rosemary, because, of course, they're building that up. Madison Rayne and Angelina Love were cutting promos about loving and hating each other at the same time. They're frenemies. And Angelina wins in 7 minutes with a schoolgirl with tights. Highlights of Galloway beating Matt Hardy for the TNA title. And there's promos going back and forth. Matt wants revenge for Galloway beating him for the title back in the day. And then Broken Matt Hardy versus Drew Galloway was your main event. Galloway posts himself. Matt, with a twist of fate, gets the win in about 11.5 minutes. We see highlights of the December cage match with Jade and Rosemary. And then we had a matchup between Moose and Mike Bennett. 7 minutes. Drop kick, game changer, 1, 2, 3. Decent match back and forth. Last time you see Mike Bennett in the company. And the main event, Bobby Lashley versus Jeff Hardy. Lashley wins with the murder, death, kill. After Jeff gets a lot of shine after the twist of fate on the ring steps. He hits the swanton with Lashley laid across the ring steps, and Lashley kicks out of the pin. Lashley uses the ref as a shield, and like I said, murder, death, kill, 10.5 minutes. Victory Road. April's one night only pay-per-view is a knockout exclusive pay-per-view that I actually got to see. So that'll be on pay-per-view in April. Ashley, what's going on with UFC? Ashley. Doesn't help when he disappears.
I'm trying to fix this bulb. I'm getting fucking paranoid, son.
Oh dear God.
That's what's happening. I'm pulling the. I need to find out what wattage the bulb is. I'm guessing we're on the youth.
Yes.
So the first thing I'll go through is the news, because the big news this week is Bellator, actually, because they've announced that the previously scheduled match from last month, Mitrione versus Fedor, is now going to be the semi-main of Bellator 180, which is June 24th at Madison Square Garden. On top of that, it's going to be Bellator's return to pay-per-view. They're making people pay for it. So they could have had it for free on Spike. Now you got to pay shit tons of dollars. Interestingly, that's going to be the co-main. The actual main is Chael Sonnen versus Wanderlei Silva. That's probably why they're trying to milk the shit out of that with the money. So yeah, that's a ridiculous double main coming along in June. Also, some bits. Ryan Bader has signed with Bellator and has already called out Phil Davis for the Garden show. I guess they're trying to make that as crazy as the Garden show was that UFC did, possibly. Speaking of UFC, with that, The main event for the UFC Fight Night Auckland show in June will be Derek Lewis versus Mark Hunt. Also, Nick Diaz keeps turning down fights. Also suggesting that Nate Diaz wants a fight against Conor McGregor. Speaking of him, McGregor basically confronted Dan Raphael, the ESPN boxing writer, at the big boxing fight at the Garden last weekend, saying that he was going to shock the whole goddamn world when he beats Mayweather. Also, it's worth noting that three fighters, Nico Price, Curtis Blades, and Abel Trujillo, all tested positive for marijuana and drugs tests after the Houston show. It's worth noting, though, Texas, though, has a lower threshold for a marijuana positive than other states, such as Nevada. So all three have been suspended for 90 days and fined $1,000 by the Texas licensing and regulation guys. Basically, that means that Price and Blades wins over Alex Morono and Curtis Milstead have been overturned. Trujillo lost his fight anyway. But none of the three will be disciplined by USADA because the tests came in below the limit that would be a positive for USADA. So they won't be. They're basically banned for 90 days from fighting in Texas, from what I can tell. So it sort of probably won't affect them because I don't think there's any major shows happening in Texas from them for a bit. So then, running through this weekend's show, this past weekend, I should say, the London event. Interesting thing. So at the weigh-ins, Ian Entwistle was due to take on Brett Johns, but came in at 139 pounds, £3 over the weight limit. So he was fined 20% of his purse. The bout was going to be a catchweight bout, but then Entwistle got pulled on the day. And then also, moments before the event even started, Tom Breeze was deemed unfit to compete and pulled from his bout against Olawale Bangbose as well. So two major people missing the shows with last-minute pullouts due to, I guess, unsafe to wrestle, possibly clearances. I don't know. Probably, certainly concerning. Interestingly as well, Entwistle seemed to retire after the medical insult forced the cancellation. He sort of half-heartedly said it, so whether he'll stick to it, I don't know. In terms of the show, there's actually that few matches on this card now. I can probably go through the entire thing. So the preliminary card had Lena Landsberg beat Lucy Pudilova, unanimous decision. Brad Scott beat Scott Ashcombe by split decision. Then one hell of a knockout. I think it's on the UFC channel. You can watch it. So it was that impressive. Mark Diakiese beat Timo Pacquiao with a 30-second knockout punch. He was doing some sort of like capoeira sort of spinning shit, and he just knocked him with one punch that the guy just like was posing ready to fight, but was staggering like he'd had 15 giant bottles of Smirnoff. He was off it. He was out. The referee came in and stopped it, and apparently there was something going on between him and former fighter Dan Hardy, but basically Dan was saying, "Look, if you manage to knock somebody out quicker than I knocked somebody out in 54 seconds a few years back, I'll let you keep your giant red mohawk haircut." And of course, because he did it in 30, comfortably kept it. Then the welterweights, Leon Edwards beat Vicente Luque, unanimous decision. Timothy Johnson beat Daniel Omianchuk via split decision. Francimar Barroso beat Darren Stewart with a unanimous decision, and then another unanimous decision victory for Joe Duffy over Reza Madadi. For the main 4 matches on the card, Arnold Allen beat Makwan Amiakani via split decision. Marlon Vera beat Brad Pickett with only about a minute or so left on the card via a TKO. Gunnar Nelson won with a submission, guillotine choke submission, very early on in the second round. And in the main event, Jimmy Manoa beat Corey Anderson with a punch 3 minutes into the first round to win. The impressive results obviously got the performance. There was no fight of the night, but performance of the night went to Diakese for his crazy knockout. And then you sort of 3 main events. Marlon Vera for his win, even at catch weight. So, yeah, Brad Pickett lost in his fight as he retired, which is a bit of a shame, but there you go. Gunnar Nelson also got $50,000 bonus for his submission win. And Jimmy Manoa for his main event KO. The next show for UFC isn't until April the 9th, the pay-per-view. With Cormier and Johnson. And next big UFC, the next big Bellator show, that we're going to pay attention to is next weekend, next Friday, March 31st. So yeah, it's actually a week where nothing's really happening, amazingly.
All right. We move on from UFC to What Culture Pro Wrestling.
Ooh. So we've got 2 shows to cover. We're gonna, out of respect of What Culture and basically not wanting the results out there for the World Cup shows, because they'll be airing on YouTube this week and next week. Well, we only know this week's so far. I've got the results ready to go and cover. I won't say what happened with the actual. I won't say any of the results, but I will say that we also had prospects trying to get more money for Orlando taking on Liam Slater and Matt Riddle. Drew Galloway defending the world title against Ricochet, I think. I think that was actually non-title, from what I remember. We had the 8-man with the Prestige versus Bullet Club, which will get complicated, which we'll get to. And another match, which I don't want to mention because it will spoil the reviews. So we'll start off with Chain Reaction, which was 2 weeks ago. A week and a half ago. Aired pretty much last weekend it aired Friday, I think, on What Culture Extra. The sad thing, we have to open with the fact that Alex Shane is back on commentary. Further proving the fact that nobody needs Alex Shane on commentary anymore. Because he sort of was like, I mean, he's not Josh Matthews bad, but he's fucking close. So we open with El Ligero versus Penta, which was a very good opener. Interestingly, the El Ligero got the win with a C4L. So Penta lost. There was one crazy bit where Penta it's a clip. It's luckily it's in the highlights on YouTube, so you can see it, everybody. Penta manages to hit a Canadian destroyer on El Ligero. Ligero rebounds off the ropes and gives Penta a destroyer as well.
Nice.
That spot is like, yeah, that was a damn good spot. So then we've got Kennedy and Drake together, and then Little Miss Roxy shows up. So I guess she's now heel, which makes me point out, who the fuck is on this roster that's heel? The answer is every single fucking one of them. Anybody notice a problem here? Ever so slightly. So the Prospects Orlando Fund apparently is still in issue, but they've got a surprise to try and help things out, and it's the other Adam from What Culture, Adam Cleary, dressed up as Mickey Mouse.
Oh, that's great.
Oh shit, son, that happened. So now David Starr comes out ready to take on BT Gunn, and BT Gunn basically says, I just see some American wanker in the ring, and not worthy of taking me on, so I'm taking the night off. Bye bye. And David Starr says, okay, you must be a wanker because people like wrestling over here, so it's an open challenge to anybody in the locker room. And who should answer but Liam Slater? So unsurprisingly, these two have a good match. Star got the win, basically deadlifting him into the product placement. Basically the straight jacket German. Worth noting on this that the commentary from Alex Shane was sort of bad again. Actually, it was bad from him and Bradshaw because it was like, oh, look, he's done a finisher. It wasn't like special. So then we see Gracie with his Mickey Mouse mascot, which is interrupted by Little Miss Roxy. Basically flashes her tits at him, and Gracie gets beaten down by Drake. So it's Drake. The match, I think, is supposed to be Drake and Kennedy versus Gracie and Archer, because basically they can't afford anybody else. So it basically starts off as, because Kennedy isn't there for some reason, it starts off as Drake and Archer. Then all of a sudden, Gracie shows up with Mickey Mouse, and Drake gets beaten down on, because basically it's sort of the equivalent of a hot tag. And then gestures to Mickey to do some shit. And Mickey Mouse says, fuck you with the bird to Alex Gracie. Pulls his head off, and it's Kennedy. They did the old switcheroo. So basically, Kennedy tags in as the Mickey Mouse suited Kennedy. And him and Drake win with Prospect's tag team finisher. So basically, if Prospect do make it to Orlando, they're taking on Drake and Kennedy in some weird old tag match stipulation thing. Who knows? Then we got Galloway calling out Hendry and Coffey for being jealous and not being the best Scotsman in wrestling. All they had to do was ask for a title shot and they'd have got it, but apparently not. So now we got Viper versus Kaylee Ray, which is weird because obviously in ICW, Kaylee Ray is the face. Sorry, Kaylee Ray is the heel and Viper's the face. But apparently here, Viper's the baddie and Kaylee Ray's the goodie. Who knows? This would have been good, but B. Priestley kept fucking interfering every fucking time. By the way, she is actually English, even though they keep saying she's from New Zealand. What the shit, son? What the shit? So then it's Hendry versus Gabriel Kidd. And this was actually a good match. They did it in such a way where it's like, Kidd had the opportunity to win, but Hendry gets the win, basically with the referee being distracted because Hendry goes for a chair, but the referee takes it away, and then Hendry gives Kidd a low blow and hits him with a freak of nature. The thing I am a little concerned about is they're really dragging out this Kidd losing streak into such a way where it's like I'm sort of hoping it ends at WrestleMania weekend. Oh. So then we get Bad Bones versus Rampage in a street fight, which was ridiculously violent. A heck of a lot of like the stuff for chair shots and everything. It was really sort of like hoss fight chair shots. It was really, sort of like I don't feel right watching this because it feels like they're actually trying to hurt each other on purpose. So then we got Doug Williams saying that the Prestige are unprofessional, which promises to show Travis how professional wrestlers should act. So yeah, this leads to Travis Banks versus Doug Williams. Of course, the problem with this is the crowd keeps chanting, which one's Travis, which one's Doug, and who's your daddy, or don't hurt daddy, or every sort of. That's all they cared about. They didn't care about the match, which is a shame because it was a very good match. Winning with the springboard roundhouse with a hard way cut actually on his eyebrow, interestingly. So then we've got Jack the Jobber telling Will Ospreay that he's defending the belts on Bulletproof against Slater and Riddle, Prospect, and the Young Bucks. Worth noting that Will was saying, "Did you see what we've just done?" Despite the fact that this aired before the tag title match. Bit awkward. So it was the Swords of Essex taking on the South Coast Connection, which is Ashley Dunn, who's out of Hope Wrestling, and Kelly Six, who also goes by the name of Josh Wall from Rev Pro. I guess because they think they're bloody Loki, the Swords are dressed up as Agent 47. And then Ospreay cuts a brilliant promo. It says, "Look, you two need to get the plan. You need to be good. We need to do some flippy shit. Senor Lariato can do a couple of GIFs and put them on Twitter, and then you guys do the JOB. It's like, and then after this happened, good old Senor Lariato put a GIF of this promo saying that the GIFs need to be made, and he just tweeted, "I have been summoned." It's like,
Wow.
it's worth noting for a team that's never been in WCPW before and allegedly has never even teamed before. Holy fuck, these guys had an incredible match with the Swords of Essex. Swords of Essex were really good. Kelly and Ashley were fucking good. I mean, it's like, I really hope that they actually bring the South Coast Connection in for more shows, because they prove, like, in one performance, they belong on this roster full time as a tag team.
They definitely need more teams
Really
on
impressive.
WCPW for sure.
True, but, you know, it's really impressive. So then we had Coffee versus Kirby. Pretty good match. Crowd didn't really give a shit into it though, which sort of hurt it. BT Gunn made the save, pulling out the referee after Kirby hit a Sable bomb. And then the interesting finish, because Coffee went for a power bomb but changed it into a raised Boston Crab. So then we had the main event. This is where it's worth noting what happened. So at the start of the show, which I should have mentioned at the start, due to family issues, Galloway had to drop off the show. So I can't remember who he was supposed to be facing. Off the top of my head, I think it was supposed to be Hendry.
That makes sense.
So it basically became a number one contendership match for a shot somewhere down the line of their choosing between him and Kidd, which obviously Hendry won. But the main event was Cody Rhodes defending the Internet title against a mystery opponent. And the mystery opponent was Matt Riddle. So Rhodes and Riddle had a pretty damn good match. Basically, Prestige got involved, but Riddle and Cody managed to take them all out. But then eventually Prestige showed up again, and it just got ruled a double DQ, no contest, basically. It was good. It didn't really get really good, because as it was about to, you had the run in from Prestige. So Cody managed to run off, but then does the gun motion towards the ring. Obviously building to the whole Bullet Club versus Prestige thing, which they were pushing for. Except we've got issues here as well. The main one being Cody Rhodes isn't on the show because he's got Arrow commitments. So he's had to pull out of the stuff, which is a bit awkward. Or is it because Northeast Wrestling wanted to milk him?
He didn't win their title.
True.
Over Mike Bennett.
Also, it's worth noting Dave Bradshaw joined on commentary by Matt Stryker. Alex Shane disappeared again. I approve. So now it's time for the opening match, the tag title four-way: Prospect versus Riddle and Slater versus the Young Bucks versus the Swords of Essex. Also, it's worth noting, if you're wondering with the Swords of Essex, where's Paul Robinson, aka Nosferatu? I've got a feeling WCPW cut him because they don't like his style of wrestling.
Oh, actually, you mentioned Drew Galloway defending the WCPW title. You said you thought it was against Hendry.
Yeah,
It was Joe Coffey.
it was supposed to be Coffee.
Yeah.
So Coffee, yeah. So Kirby filled in.
Yep.
Okay. So before it even started, the Bucks got the mic and said, "Why don't we make this interesting? Let's turn this into, why do we need tags? Let's turn this into a Texas Tornado Spot Fest." Which basically is what it became. They were honest. Riddle did a shit ton of German suplexes. Then we had super kicks. Then we had the whole suck it from the Bucks and Prospect doing the dab. There was an 8-person drop kick, and then they all kipped up. So basically, Ospreay manages to. There's a spot when Ospreay goes for, I guess, a leaping forearm or whatever, but gets a 7-way super kick, even from his own tag team partner, basically because when they did a super kick spot earlier, for some reason Ospreay super kicked him. Who knows? So then they basically went to Scott Wainwright because Ospreay had been super kicked to the outside the ring. They were like, "Go on, man! But run, do a jump off the ropes and do a dive over the top." So he's like, "Yeah, I'll do it. Show my tag partner revenge." Goes into the ropes, 6-person super kick. Then we do flippy shit. All that sort of good stuff. Ospreay wins with the DVD. That Death Valley driver. It was entertaining. Whether it was a match, I don't know. That's why I guess they sort of like tried to legally sort of cover it by saying, "Oh, well, this is actually a Texas Tornado Spot Fest. It's not actually a match. It's just sort of like an unofficial showcase." So, pretty interesting. So now it's time for Drake versus Rampage. Drake leaps into Rampage at the bell. Uranagi backbreaker. Superplex. Snap pole driver. And Drake loses. Rampage wins. So there you go. Afterwards, Kennedy blames the Manchester crowd for Drake losing. And Kennedy reiterates he and Drake are going to Orlando, but Prospect won't be. So B. Priestley's in the back, refusing to defend the title against Lana Austin because she hasn't beaten Viper. So, and it's worth noting, Viper had a Southside Wrestling shirt. B. Priestley had a Lucha Forever cap and a Nixon Newell t-shirt. Why is B. Priestley wearing the t-shirt of her rival?
Yeah, that's really peculiar.
Either way, Viper beat Lana Austin in a good match, mainly because they actually let Viper beat the shit out of Lana Austin with basically very little, but at least a tiny bit of B. Priestley interference. So the lights go out, and Blompio shows up and says, "By the way, you are wrestling tonight because somebody's due their title match." And out comes Tessa Blanchard because, she's in the country because they're filming the bloody movie for Paige in the same country. So it's like she's actually available this time. And B and Tessa have a good match. You can clearly tell, though, that B is... I mean, it's hard to say that she's green because she's sort of the same age as Nixon Newell.
Right.
But you can sort of tell B Priestley ain't going to the E yet. Nixon Newell is. She needs a little bit more experience. And, she got it to some extent with Tessa Blanchard. The finish, though, at the end was a bit of a cock-up. Basically, the Kimura got locked on. But she got... Basically, Viper sort of pulled Tessa down to help the Kimura get some more, room for impact. But at that same time, she made sure that Tessa's foot was under the ropes, but the referee didn't see it. So there was also a ridiculous bit where they both did one count for some reason. Even Viper, when she hit a clothesline, had the interference. It was just one. Tessa kicked out okay, that's a bit early. So, I don't know what happened there. So then it's time for the Magnificent Seven elimination match with somebody getting a title shot somewhere in the future. And Ricochet gets fire pyro. So yeah, if you're a big enough indie star, you get fire in your promo, or you get pyro in your entrance, apparently. Trying to think. The first elimination is everybody from Prestige in the match, which, by the way, the match is Travis Banks, BT Gunn, El Ligero, Ricochet, Marty Scurll, Doug Williams, and Martin Kirby. Doug Williams gets pinned first by both guys from Prestige. Then Ligero gets his C4L blocked, so he gets taken out with a brainbuster from Gunn. Then we're down to 5. I was having some technical issues with this one, getting my stream working, so I'm going through the results. Basically, it got down to the final 2, which was Kirby and Banks. Banks went for a Sable Bomb. Kirby managed to dodge it, hit a Sable Bomb of his own, and actually get the win. So Kirby gets a title shot somewhere down the line. Then they push the Orlando shows with the added notes now that Bobby Fish is going to be on the State of Emergency show, taking on David Starr.
Yep.
And who's facing Elgin?
Michael Elgin will face the Primate.
Yeah, that was it. Elgin versus Primate. So certainly interesting.
It's an interesting show. Rampage versus Galloway for the WCPW title. BT Gunn against Martin Kirby, and El Ligero versus King Ricochet.
So now It's time for Hendry versus Gabriel Kidd 2. We're doing it again because basically Cody, I think, was supposed to be facing Hendry for the TV title. But that obviously got thrown up in the air because of the Arrow commitments. So apparently Hendry basically went off at Cody for double booking himself, saying that he clearly isn't professional. He ain't here for the prestige and whatever. Had a good match, but again, when Hendry won, they didn't boo, they didn't cheer, they just were like, hey, sort of thing. It was like, so already they're not giving a shit about Kidd getting that win eventually. Or Hendry being a heel, apparently. He's like, ooh, this is going all right, isn't it? Not really. So then, the interesting shit. Adam Cole shows up. And I'm like, okay. Considering how he didn't wrestle on PWG, I'm amazed he's here. And basically says, look, I had some surgery to take that devil horn off my head. And I'm like, oh my God, he thinks he's bloody tortured Snake from Metal Gear Solid 5. Basically, the idea was when he got the surgery, which was this past weekend, like Wednesday, I think. Tuesday or Wednesday. The doctors basically said to him, don't wrestle really for 10 days. So it's got a chance to heal. So basically he says, all I did was come over, get paid, and leave. So bye-bye. So then Blompier comes out and says, no. Because, I think Sabre comes out then as well. And Cole's like, I'm not having a match. So Blompier shows up and says, well, okay. You can, you don't have to be in a match. But I've got something sorted. And then here comes the big surprise. Because the Bad Influence logo starts showing up on the screen. And I'm like, okay. That's interesting. Kazarian's come over. And then somebody in a very German uniform shows up. And I'm like, holy shit. Daniels is in the UK, motherfuckers. And he's brought the Ring of Honor World title with him.
Of course.
And holy shit. Blompier says, by the way, this is now a triple threat match for the Ring of Honor World title. Like, what? And then the amazing thing is, Adam Cole wrestles. So PWG didn't get him, but what culture did? Who the fuck knew that? That's weird. These three, considering Cole's situation, had a really good match. Crowd weren't into it, which is a shame. Sabre gets Angel's wings off Daniels, so Daniels retains. And then the main event, Coffey versus Galloway for the title. Because, hang on, was it supposed to be Hendry on the Chain Reaction show?
That might be it.
Because it was always supposed to be Coffey, I think, for this one. So, they had a really good, solid main event. Wins with a Future Shock DDT. Everything. The great thing is, bloody coffee late on. He did a Boston Crab. The Manchester Idiots did Y2J chants. Okay. So then Joe Hendry showed up to attack Galloway. Prestige made the attack. Rampage came out to make the save. Then the rest of Prestige show up. And then the Young Bucks and Adam Cole show up with a super kick party to Prestige guys. Gunn and Banks take a double Meltzer driver. Then the Bucks kiss Adam Cole. I guess we're not acknowledging Ring of Honor, guys. And Too Sweet Galloway to end the show. So the Bullet Club reign supreme. I guess.
All right.
So overall, pretty solid show that I think most people will enjoy. So I would say probably catch the highlights of it if you can with everything. Because quite a bit of the good stuff is on them. Especially the Mickey Mouse stuff and all that. I think the highlights are coming like this Friday from the Bulletproof show ahead of the English leg of the Pro Wrestling World Cup qualifiers. And then, of course, the Scottish leg is coming up tomorrow, Thursday the 23rd. Obviously, we don't know the results of that at all because they're probably still working it out. Because I don't know whether they would be at 3 o'clock in the morning UK time, but whatever.
All right. We're now going to be talking about NXT.
Oh, so I'm trying to think. We had 3 matches here.
Yes.
And opened with probably the sleeper hit.
I heard great things
Oney
about this, and
Lorcan
it delivered.
versus Andrade Cien Almas. The mass stands for massive.
Great stuff here. Just a really good, hard-hitting wrestling match. A lot of stiff strikes. Match worked really tight. It looked great in every way possible. Lorcan hits the Tiger Suplex 85. Almas kicks out. He puts him up top. He goes for the superplex. He knocks him off. He goes for the flying guillotine. Almas ducks it out and hits a handspring into a back kick. Basically like a 2-footed Pele kick, I guess you would say. Like a reverse drop kick, I guess you would say. So Lorcan cuts off the shotgun knees with a boot right to the jaw, and he gets caught with a lariato. Oney kicks out. He puts him in the corner, lights him up with vicious forearms, and he hits the shotgun knees and finishes him off with the hammerlock DDT. Really good stuff. Exactly what I wanted to see in this match. DIY in the back for a promo. Very good stuff put together, talking about doing the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic, even though they weren't even signed to the company at the time. First team they saw when they walked into the locker room was the Revival. They don't like each other. It was a struggle to reach the top of the mountain in Toronto, and then the Authors of Pain ended it all in San Antonio. AOP do this for the money, not because they have any heart. People joke that DIY is an odd name because it's 2 of them, but DIY is a state of mind. And they basically put over the fans and everybody that supported them, the Glorious Bombs on Twitter, and said that they'll have their moment again in Orlando. Promo for Aleister Black. Yes, Tommy End will be making his official debut against Andrade Cien Almas at NXT TakeOver. We see video footage of Billy Kay getting hurt by the Badman Rising by Ember Moon a couple weeks ago. And then, Ashley, we get WWE programming NXT versus Impact.
What?
Asuka, the NXT Women's Champion, takes on Priscilla. And her name is Priscilla Zuniga. You know who Priscilla Zuniga is, Ashley?
Hang on. Awesome Kong.
Pretty sure the shoot name of Priscilla Zuniga is also tied into Angel Rose or Diamante from Impact now.
Oh no!
Yeah, she hits a bunch of round kicks. Priscilla finally gets a good shot in, and she gets hit with the hip attack. Deadlift German, and she pulls Priscilla up at 2. Vicious knee strikes, finishes off with the Asuka lock. Gets on the mic and yells, "No Eclipse." Revival come out next. They said they're not going to flip. They're not going to slap the Authors of Pain. They're going to punch them. They put them down, which is what no one else could do. Then to DIY, nobody, including them, had worked harder than the Revival to become the greatest tag team of all time. Top guys out. So next week we get Akam, Johnny Gargano, and Dash Wilder in a 3-way to determine, which is a good setup for the 3-way at TakeOver. Good video package on Bobby Roode versus Shinsuke Nakamura. And then we get the interview in the back with Noah Jose, Roderick Strong, and Ty Dillinger talking about Sanity using the numbers game. But there's even odds tonight. Vignette for Heavy Machinery. They're going to be debuting probably next week. Cassius Ohno is...
Yeah, said next week.
Okay, good.
Said next week.
Ohno is in the back, basically interrupted by Elias Sampson. He's talking about Ohno crashing and burning. Ohno's like, you know what? You need to get your ass kicked. And Elias says, I don't think you belong here. And he's like, you know what? I may not belong here, so I don't think you do either. So how about the winner of this match we have determines who leaves this company? So loser leaves NXT next week. Almas basically says that he's going to make Aleister Black believe in him. Main event time, No Way Jose, Roderick Strong, and Ty Dillinger versus Sanity with Nikki Cross. Decent match for what it was. We get down to the end. Roddy comes in like a house of fire, and he shows why he is the king of the backbreakers, the master at work. He gets a running knee strike, and Killian Dane breaks up the pin. Ty fights him off. Referee throws it out. And we get down to Dillinger and Young. Ty's stomping away in the corner. He removes the knee pad, setting up for the tiebreaker. Nikki Cross jumps on his back, and here comes Heidi Lovelace. She attacks and gets a couple shots in and sends Nikki Storm powdering to the outside. Ty dumps Eric Young outside. Alexander Wolf takes the pop-up punch from Noe Jose, and Killian Dane ends up getting triple teamed and sent out of the ring as well. So the superstar now known as Ruby Riott, Heidi Lovelace, looks to be teaming with Ty, Roddy, and Jose against Sanity at TakeOver. It wasn't announced, but I honestly believe it'll be announced next week on the Go Home show. Decent stuff, to say the least. Speaking of that, let's move on to the promotion that is basically in the spotlight right now, Ring of Honor.
Yeah. Finally fix the fucking bulb.
Ring of Honor time.
Well, I don't know if it was actually the bulb. Yes. So Riccaboni's back. Don't know why I said it like that. It's like, of course he's back. He was the only one that was there. So we're starting off with a tag match with Silas and the Beer City Bruiser versus Cheeseburger and Will Ferreira. Not too bad. Beer City Bruiser and Silas Young getting the win, with Young hitting his misery cutter, and then Bruiser with a frog splash. Now Silas has teamed up with Bob Evans to be on commentary for the next match because it's the final first round match in the top prospect tournament. And it's Josh Woods versus Chris LaRusso. Not too bad a match, actually, again, showcasing off these guys. Josh Woods winning with a round kick to the head and forearms, but basically sort of MMA style ref stoppage because it's like he can't progress. So he'll be taking on Brian Malonis in the second round. And then Ian's joined by Chris Sabin for Kenny King versus Leo Rush. Kenny King gets the win with a royal flush. I'd give him my rose. I did get the right show, didn't I?
That's news.
Yeah.
So it was announced on Twitter that Kenny King will be one of the contestants on The Bachelorette this season, which premiered 2 hours ago, Eastern Standard Time.
You know the irony of that is? It was on the 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Oh, dear God. Continue.
Basically, Leo pushes Caprice Coleman because obviously they were watching from ringside. Coleman holds King back. Caprice basically takes off his jacket. Then Shane Taylor shows up, stands next to Rush, and hits a sit-out chokeslam on Rush. So Shane Taylor is now part of
Rebellion.
Yeah, a campaign for a better Donald Trump.
Main event time.
Yeah, Mark Briscoe on commentary for Jay Briscoe versus Jay White. The quick answer is Jay wins.
Yes.
In this case, it's actually Jay Briscoe winning with a discus forearm, followed by a clothesline. So not with the Jay Driller or anything.
He just won with a lariat.
Yeah. Good match, though.
Well, yeah. It's Jay White and Jay Briscoe. Of course it was a good match.
No, but it's... Normally when you've got the shows in between the pay-per-view and the big one, you get shit.
True.
For once, we didn't actually have shit.
Well, let's talk about that show, shall we? I know this is getting into WrestleMania week, but even though it makes me sad I can't go, Supercard of Honor 11. It's WrestleMania, the day before WrestleMania, Saturday, my mom's birthday, April 1st, in Lakeland. Just announced the matches for the Women of Honor shows that are going to start at 5:15 after the Festival of Honor.
Hang on, I'm trying to find this show.
So we're
the wrong day.
We're going to be seeing a CMLL Luchadora showcase with La Amapola versus Marcela.
That should be an interesting one.
Kelly Klein takes on Deonna Purrazzo.
Mm-hmm.
And Mandy Leone teams with Jenny Rose to take on Sumi Sakai and Faye Jackson.
Yeah, I don't object to any of this.
It was announced that Colt Cabana will be on color commentary for the show.
Good. Well, he did such a good job the last time, I think. Hell, I don't know if Colt's still available for these shows, but I wouldn't mind him doing it permanently.
It'd be nice. So let's talk about the show, shall we? The Motor City Machine Guns of Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin are booked, but they're not listed for a match just yet. We've got the Kingdom, represented by Matt Taven and Vinny Marseglia, taking on the Beer City Bruiser and Silas Young. Punishment Martinez takes on Frankie Kazarian, which is very interesting given the fact that basically they're both babyface now.
Mm-hmm.
Volador Jr. and Will Ospreay take on Dragon Lee and Jay White.
Holy shit, son.
I know.
That's the first one. I'm like, oh.
Ring of Honor 6-man tag team belts on the line. The Briscoes and Bully Ray take on the Guerrillas of Destiny and Hangman Page. A Texas Bull Rope match between Jay Lethal and Cody. Marty Scurll puts the world television title up for grabs against Adam Cole.
Baby.
That's right. The Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion Christopher Daniels takes on Dalton Castle. And in the main event, the Ring of Honor World Tag Team titles will be on the line as the World Tag Team Champions Matt and Jeff Hardy defend against Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks. I wish I could go. I really wish I could go.
Considering some of the other stuff, well, should we go through that?
Well, let's go to New Japan now because that's the next part of the show.
Okay, we'll quickly go to that. So yeah, New Japan. Well, shit ton of New Japan stuff. Not even the cup.
Katsuyori Shibata
went down. Yes.
Wins the New Japan Cup.
So yeah, the quarterfinal match was won by Ishii against Sanada. Said to be pretty good. Then for the semi-finals, with the help of Bushi and Tamatonga, well, I guess Bushi and Tonga both tried to interfere for their guys, but Farley got through to the final. And like, holy fuck. This guy keeps winning shit. And then not doing anything. Spoilers, that kept happening.
Yes.
Shibata beat Ishii with a guillotine sleeper referee stoppage. He gave all the props to Ishii. He's one of the best, but he's got to do the best of all the best on Monday. So a few bits that happened. It's worth noting the two young boys, Kawato and Oka, went to a 10-minute time limit draw. So pretty impressive for them. Yado and Gedo won their 6-man teaming up with Goto to beat Suzuki, Kanemaru, and Taichi. Basically leading to Yado and Gedo challenging officially Taichi and Kanemaru for the junior tag belts. Naito and LIJ beat the Team New Japan team. Kushida and Takahashi continued to brawl afterwards, leading to what will be coming for them. Okada, Ishii, Yano, and Yoshihashi beat the Bullet Club of Omega, Yujiro, and the Gorillas of Fuck. Worth noting, it was Okada getting the Rainmaker on lower for the win. Not Ospreay. Sorry, not Omega. Worth noting, Omega keeps iterating. He wants a shot at the belt again. And then the final, Shibata versus Farley. Shibata won. And stated he will challenge Okada. Which leads us to what got all announced at the big press conference. Shibata had his own press conference as well as other stuff happening. So I'll only run through the title matches. So on the Kurikan Hall Tuesday, April the 4th show, there is one title match on there. It'll be Sanada, Evil, and Bushi defending the tag titles against Tanahashi, Taguchi, and Ricochet. And then the main Sakura Genesis card, which is Sunday, April 9th at Sumo Hall. I'll run through this one. The pre-show is Nakanishi, Liger, and Finlay versus Kawato, Arca, and Kitamura. So that's three. Well, it's hard to say that Finlay is experienced, but he's more experienced than the others. He's less of a young boy than the other young boys. So I expect that the young boys to lose. Then the opening match is Makabe Nagata, Tiger Mask, and Tiger Mask W. Or Tiger Mask 4 and Tiger Mask W, I guess. Versus the Gorillas of Fuck, Yujiro, and Chase Owens. Yeah, he's back.
Yes.
Then Yoshihashi, Romero, and Beretta take on Suzuki, El Desperado, and Taka. Then Kanemaru and Taichi defend the junior tag belts against Yado and Gedo. Then Ishii teams up with Toru Yano to take on Kenny Omega and Bad Luck Fale. Then Tanahashi, Juice Robinson, Taguchi, and Ricochet take on LIJ of Naito, Sanada, Evil, and Bushi. And then 4 title matches to close out the show, so that's probably the second half. Tenkoji defending the IWGP tag belts against War Machine of Rowan Hansen. Hiroki Goto defends the Never Openweight title against Zack Sabre Jr. God, that could be interesting. Hiromu Takahashi defends the junior heavyweight belt against Kushida in that rematch. And probably most importantly, Okada defends the IWGP heavyweight title against Shibata.
So
that also, there is a show this weekend. I'm not sure how major it is going to be. It is a Kurikan Hall show, so it could be. It's been headlined by Okada teaming with Yoshihashi to take on Shibata and Nagata. Most of it, though, is like 5-on-5 tags or 6-mans. It's probably going to build towards those, title matches and whatever next week and the week after. So I'm not expecting anything major to happen, but you never know, it could do. Also worryingly, Takashi Iizuka's wrestling, so everybody run the fuck away. Not because the commentator might lose his shirt, but because he's a shit wrestler.
So they're talking about the G1 special shows in Long Beach, and they've issued some promo material for it.
Yeah, they were handing it out at PWG.
That's great.
Uh,
Focusing on 4 names.
Well, Omega, Okada,
Tanahashi and Naito.
Yeah, Tanner and Naito, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I'd say they're the biggest ones.
So we've got shows to talk about now, and then we're going to end with what's going on with WrestleMania week.
So in terms of the other news, Manami Toyota announced this weekend that 2017 will be her last year in wrestling.
Yep.
After a 30-year career. Her final match will be in November in Yokohama in the Daisenbashi Hall.
November 3rd.
So who knows if she's going to be doing a final world tour. If she suddenly shows up for King of Trios, I'll be like, holy shit. Having to cover my mouth because you can't say that at Chikara, but, she's worked with Quack and whatever in the past, so,
Right?
Make my dream come true, Quack. Make it come true. I'll promise not to swear on Chikara content anymore. I will make sure that if you want to clip it out, it will stay PG and to your standards. I'm willing to do it if you give me Manami Toyota, but not in that way, you sick bastards. Need to go. Even I put it in the Dave section, even though I don't know if Monsieur Dave's stuff is up. Might be, might not. Yeah, Vince got involved in a car accident. Supposedly it was minor, but other reports say that the car was totaled.
You can see from the picture that it was.
Yeah, so it's like, well, that's not great. Well, it's not great for him. For me, it's funny. That stuff I'll mention because it ties into WrestleMania weekend. Ring of Honor announced that Liger and Yoshihashi are off the Supercard of Honor show, basically due to delays in US visa processing. Thanks, Donald. You fucked that up, you cunt. Boo.
Hence why the Gorillas of Destiny are on the show in the first place.
Yeah, well, the bullshit. Worth noting, the 16-carat WXW show is available on FlowSlam. All 3 days are now available on there if you want to catch it. Zack Ryder has launched a new YouTube series.
Hey, now, this is my news.
Which I believe is what
comeback story.
Yeah, not even Long Island. It's just comeback. Screw Long Island. Like, wow.
He lives here now, so there's no reason for it to be Long Island. He doesn't live in Jersey anymore. He lives here.
He lives with you and Scott. What?
If only. No, but he's very close to my apartment.
That's why I hear the music in the background. Buddy Emma practicing her entrance for the 47th time.
Oh, God.
Also worth noting, Peter Casa posted on Facebook he's going to be taking a hiatus from wrestling due to medical evaluations after being injured by the middle rope breaking during his match against Yaka back in San Antonio. The statement says, quote, "I've decided to take a hiatus from pro wrestling. I won't say retirement as I'm not sure right now, but because of the rope breaking, I've got a moderately bulging disc in my cervical spine that's been causing a lot of discomfort and pain and stiffness on a daily basis. To have actually gotten up after what happened was a miracle in itself, yet alone finishing the match and being able to still do all I'm doing now." If you remember, that was the same show that the rope broke twice for Chris Hero versus Keith Lee.
Yep.
I think from that one, it was the middle rope that broke again, and then the top rope that broke. So, yeah, that went well. It didn't went well. That's all the news I think I've got.
Oh, good. I have plenty of it.
If you've got any before I get into results, or if you've got some results yourself,
I've got plenty of both. Rusev underwent shoulder surgery on March 9th. He's going to be out of action for about 2 months. So he was injured before his Fastlane loss to the Big Show. That's the reason the match happened in the first place. So Lana is also reporting to the Performance Center, and she's going to be doing more stuff with NXT.
Uh-oh.
Dwayne Johnson will be returning to TV on May 20th for his 5th appearance as the host of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I was going to say go home show, but it'll be the final show in the series for SNL before they pack out for the summer.
Yeah.
Obviously, they'll be there to promote Baywatch. It's worth noting as well, I think it's like after WrestleMania weekend, they've announced that SNL is going to be live across the entire country.
Yeah.
So rather than preempted like it is currently, so it airs at 11:30, even on the West Coast. They're now going to do it so West Coast gets it when the East Coast gets it, so there's no delay. So It'll be 11:30 American Eastern time and 8:30 Pacific. I think that's. I don't know if it's WrestleMania weekend, like April the 2nd or April the 1st or April the 8th. I know it's early April, which means Dwayne will be live across the entire country come May.
So Rock will join the very impressive Five Timers Club, including Tom Hanks, John Goodman, Bill Murray, Justin Timberlake, Steve Martin, Christopher Walken, and Alec Baldwin. Baldwin has hosted 17 times. Dwayne is one of the only 3 pro wrestlers in history that have opened SNL, including Hulk Hogan and John Cena. We mentioned earlier Leo Rush has given his notice to Ring of Honor, and WWE has shown a lot of interest, so look forward to see him debuting either on the tapings at Full Sail right after WrestleMania or the April 19th tapings, which are still not sold out as of this very moment. And that is remarkable given the fact that it's Full Sail. Basically, Naomi's dad went on Twitter and pretty much let the cat out of the bag. She's going to be at WrestleMania.
Okay, so by the looks of it, the SNL stuff, it'll be April 15th. So there's going to be an episode on the 8th with Louis C.K. hosting. But then it'll be the one that Jimmy Fallon's hosting, which will be live across America. And then you've got Chris Pine, Melissa McCarthy, and then Dwayne to close out the season.
SummerSlam travel package are now on sale until tomorrow, or they're probably not on sale by the time you listen to the show. Thursday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern, you can still pick up SummerSlam ticket packages via SummerSlamTravel.com. It sounds like WrestleMania 33 may not be Bill Goldberg's last hurrah in WWE, and it looks like they may want to work with him in the future, and the door to his in-ring career is not shut by any means. If he does decide to work with WWE followed WrestleMania, it will be a special attraction capacity, kind of like what Brock does.
Goldberg versus Angle.
Oh, yeah, you know it. Hall of Fame red carpet special is going to be airing before the Hall of Fame this year, about 7 p.m. Eastern on Friday, March 31st, right before the induction ceremony starts at 8. In a move that surprises no one, WWE has officially offered the Hardys contracts.
Okay.
It is not likely that they'll be using the Broken characters or the Broken universe at all because of the legal issues with Impact and Anthem. But the contract with ROH runs out as of this moment on April 1st, which means that they can either sign on for more dates or they can go directly to WWE. But the deal breaker here is at this point in their career, I don't think they're going to want to work a full-time schedule. So if they have to work full-time, they're not going to resign.
If we're going by fucking the Smackdown tag title situation, they wouldn't anyway.
Pretty much. This is only for Matt and Jeff. Rebby and Senior Benjamin are not involved at all, but they could be brought in if need be.
I mean, that makes sense. Rebby, I'd say, is the more likely.
Right.
In all honesty. Senor Benjamin, might actually just want to be Rebby's dad.
Right. Foot Locker revealed WWE Pumas. So they go on sale April 1st. The shoes will feature Ric Flair, The Undertaker, I'll make that wrong. Ric Flair, The Ultimate Warrior, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Macho Man Randy Savage, and Andre the Giant. And they're going to sell at $199 a piece at Puma Lab Foot Locker locations nationwide. There's also going to be special edition T-shirts that are going to be on sale for $44.99. And I mentioned The Undertaker, and I went back on it because The Undertaker is a limited edition of only 23 pairs, and they are sold in a coffin-shaped shoebox for $499. and they'll be exclusive to Orlando. So if you're an Undertaker mark and you got $500, you could get Undertaker shoes. Will, I know you don't listen to the network anymore, but you need to check this out.
Exclusive to Mania or exclusive to the Orlando outlet of Foot Locker?
Exclusive to Mania is what it sounds like. During Mania, this is when they're going to go out. There's only 23 pairs, and apparently there's an Orlando version of the Puma Lab Foot Locker, and I don't know exactly where it is, but you can get them if you know where to find them.
We're talking about the other pay-per-view.
What other pay-per-view?
WWE announcing Bad Blood.
It's a lot of things announced about Bad Blood. Bad Blood was announced the other day to be in Hartford, Connecticut, and now I'm hearing that Hartford is not going to be the location for the pay-per-view.
Well, they've pretty much confirmed Bad Blood is going to be the name of the pay-per-view, and it's going to be the
July
one, I think.
July.
That'll be that's got to be Raw, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it says it's at the XL Center in Hartford, Connecticut, but WWE has not confirmed this officially yet.
I think SmackDown's got Money in the Bank.
Yeah, I know SmackDown has Money in the Bank.
So Bad Blood has to be arguably. In which case, what the hell happens with the ladder match in terms of the Universal title, if anything?
We'll figure it out. So let's get to the results for the week before we go into WrestleMania overload for the end. AAW Homecoming at the Berwyn Eagles Club this past Friday. Do you have any results on this, Ashley? Mm-hmm. I do too. So
yeah, open with the OI4K of the Chris Brothers beating the Best Friends with a Spike Tombstone. Abyss beat Homicide with a Black Hole Slam. Drew Galloway beat Zima Ion with a Future Shock DDT that got a standing ovation, so that's interesting. AR Fox beat Shane Strickland in a Lucha Underground match. Oh wait, no, honest, they don't. They're not Killshot or Dante. Honest. AR Fox won with a 450. Strickland did get Please Come Back chance.
And it also came out to the Space Jam theme.
Wow, you got a slam and welcome to the jam. With a low blow and a package pile driver, Penta beat ACH, so we got a new Heritage champion. Scarlet and Grays beat the besties in the world with a pedigree and Swanton Bomb combo. So following on from that, obviously OI4K won earlier in the night. They immediately came in, beat Scarlet and Grays in 38 seconds with a Spike Tombstone. So OI4K are tag champs. So basically, apart from Penta, OI4K has all the belts.
For now.
The reason I say that, which is spoilers for him in a minute, Ray Phoenix beat Trevor Lee with a turnaround destroyer. Sabre beat Kyle O'Reilly with Hurrah, and said to be a really, really, really good match. And Sami Callihan beat Low Key thanks to interference from Abyss, who tossed powder into Low Key's eyes and hit a shot. So does that mean Abyss is Mr. Fuji? What the shit? They've announced that the in Rosemont, Illinois, for Joe's Live, will feature John Morrison, Michael Elgin, Ray Phoenix, Jack Evans, Matt Riddle, Shane Strickland, and Penta's Heritage title on the line against AR Fox. Right.
Okay. Next? Progress, next? Chapter 45, Galvanize.
Oh, shit, this. And now you remind me that I need to get the music.
No.
The music that I have not fucking used tonight. Oh, good. So we opened with British Strong Style retaining the tag belts against South Pacific Power Trip. So that's Trent Seven and Tyler Bate beating TK Cooper and Travis Banks. Afterwards, though, Jimmy Havoc came out and attacked the tag champs. leading obviously to the main event. Zach Gibson beat El Ligero. I need to get the music ready and everything. James Drake beat Zach Sexsmith. Mark Andrews beat Will Ospreay. Then, interestingly, afterwards, Jimmy Havoc showed up again, took out Ospreay with a pink chair. So basically, Havoc's taking care of anybody that might try and interfere to help Pete Dunne retain in the main event. The second half started with everybody chanting "Get well" to Gadge, Daniel Richardson, who's currently in hospital. So yeah, best wishes to him. Ring camp for Axel Dieter Jr. and Walter beat the Hunter brothers. Flash Morgan Webster beat Nathan Cruz. Afterwards, Cruz continued to attack Webster, targeting his shoulder, where he's just come back from injury from. In the semifinals of the National Progression Series, Ginny beat Nixon Newell. So I guess Nixon's going. And then the no DQ match for the world title. Dunn attacked Havoc during his entrance with a chair. We had drawing pins. We had paper. So don't know how good of a, don't know how good of a weapon that is. Barbed wire tables, all that sort of stuff. But it was thanks to interference from Ospreay that saw Pete Dunne retain. Following the match, Ospreay laid out Havoc again and simply said, "This has to end." How does it end, kids? What was that? I need to get the date of the show because it isn't on the posters that I've seen for on the boards where I saw this listed tonight. And it's only listing March the 31st, which I know that isn't the case. At least actually, hang on. Is it? That can't be because it said it was the show in London. So I'm guessing it's probably mid-April, the next one. Not including the one that's in Orlando. Yeah. It's Ospreay versus Havoc. Fans, bring the weapons! On an added note, Progress have actually put security will not let weapons into the building, so we will come out before the show even starts, take a look and assess the weapons, and the ones we like we'll take, and the ones we don't, you just won't be allowed into the building with them. I don't know what the shit you do with them, so who knows? But yeah, that's interesting.
Hold on, we got a card for this show.
There's a few other one-on-one matches for that show.
I've got them.
All I remember is it's called "I Come Up Here to Shoot Dinosaurs" or something.
The show is called "I Like to Chill Out Here and Shoot Some Dinosaurs."
I am trying to work out what fucking film that's from.
We've got Mark Haskins versus Axel Dieter Jr. The Origin again. Well, it looks like the Origin takes on each other. Yes, tag match. Origin members versus each other.
They're all on. Chapter 46. Okay.
Matt Riddle defends the Atlas title against Walter.
What the fuck? Why am I not? When did they add this shit? This show's this weekend? Holy shit. I didn't. Wow. Keep going. I didn't even realize it was that quick. Fuck.
Semifinals of the Natural Progression Series women's title tournament. Toni Storm versus Dahlia Black.
Winner of that will face Ginny, I guess. I don't know whether it's at the Progress show in Orlando or whether it's the next one. Not sure.
I'm trying to get the other matches here, but I can't see because the pictures are not cooperating with me.
Hang on.
The big match is going to be Pete Dunne defending the Progress title against Mark Andrews.
Well, will fans bring the weapons? I don't know.
And tag belts up for grabs, British Strong Style versus the Hunter Brothers.
That seems pretty good.
Travis Banks versus Jack Sexsmith. And that's your card.
That's this weekend. I didn't even make that in the notes because that just good old bloody Progress just not putting their events up properly on their Facebook page where it's like, oh yeah, it's next week. Why?
I just found it on Twitter.
I was so blinkered into Progress prepping for WrestleMania. So hang on, I've just realized this. Progress did a big show last weekend. They're doing a big show this weekend, and then they're doing Orlando.
Yep.
They're doing 3 massive shows in the space of 13 days. What?
Mm.
Holy shit.
Let's talk about Wrestle Circus.
Oh, yes.
South by Southwest.
I don't know why I said that like the virtual dog, but there you go.
March 17th in Austin.
As part of the South by Southwest stuff, so it was free, actually. So it's like they're complaining about, people having to pay to see shit or, people pirating their stuff. So they do a free show. Like, but people have to pay for it if they want to watch it online. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't object, I'd probably pay for it if it was free for it, but because it was Friday night, it was like, yeah, don't really want to, especially because, I'll be worn out from wrestling in 10 days? No, probably like 9 to 13 that week. Oh, shit. So we started with Barrett Brown beating Terrell Tempo. We had a triple threat with Fred Yehai beating Gregory James and Kurt Stallion. Then 6-man saw extra talented of Ricky Starks and Aaron Solo and Andy Dalton, their partner, beat Jordan Lennox and the boys after Shane Taylor took the boys' place mid-match, and there was interference from the trash man, George Gatton. Is he Duke the Dumpster Drosy there? That's what I want to know. Carson beat Davey Boy Smith Jr. by DQ. Rachel Ellering retained the Wrestle Circus Women's title, beating Tessa Blanchard. Jax Dane beat Jeff Cobb. Then in the important one, the Wrestle Circus Slideshow, keep calling it the Sideshow title, Jervis Cottonbelly won, beating Jerry Ryan and Scorpion Sky, except Jervis didn't actually win because Jervis was representing Wrestling Reddit. Because, yes, apparently they think it's DDT here. The Pro Wrestling Reddit page is technically the Wrestle Circus Sideshow title holder. I think this is some sort of rib at the people that are being pirates. So the pirates are champion. Like, what? Bit confused. Okay. John Morrison beat Sammy Guevara. Broken Matt Hardy beat Colt Cabana thanks to Sister Nero Leva Bates. So she's already cosplayed at the show as Matt. Now she's cosplayed as Jeff. And then the main event, Brian Cage retained the Wrestle Circus Championship against Matt Riddle. And I now have, and this reminds me, Impact's putting shit up about, something to do with don't get trapped in a cage in April, which either means Lethal Lockdown's coming in or they've signed Brian Cage to a TNA Impact Wrestling contract.
I have a feeling it's Lethal Lockdown.
The way it's being presented, it makes it sound like it's a wrestler rather than a it's sort of like the Miracle Mike Bennett promos style thing.
Well, someone's asking me about like Fury and everything coming in April, and I was like, well, there's nobody that I'm aware
Oh,
of that
that was
debuted.
I got the
Yeah,
wrong
Fury.
wrestler. It's not Cage. It's the promos about Fury. That's who I'm talking about. It was
Yeah.
Brian something. I got confused. Everybody. I knew it wasn't Alvarez. That's all I knew. -5.
PWG.
Yeah, from what I've heard, pretty good show,
Yep.
especially for a free one.
PWG.
Have you got any other shows on your docket?
How do you not
What's
hear
up
me?
with free time?
PWG.
Oh, because I was talking over you.
Yes.
I'm worried that the light's going to go on the blink literally again. I'm still trying to work out whether it's the wiring or the bulb or both or something. Because so Nice Boys Don't Play Rock and Roll. Started off with the organization of a triple threat because Adam Cole, because of his surgery, wasn't clear to wrestle. So Callahan got put in the match with Keith Lee and Brian Cage. Brian Cage won it, but man, Lee got standing ovation and all the crazy shit. The Chosen Bros beat OA4K with a bro mission on Dave. By the way, Cage won with a Falcon Arrow on Lee. Leo Rush beat Trevor Lee with countering of a small package. Shane Strickland victorious over Desmond Xavier with a Cuerno killer. Then the Best Friends beat Zack Sabre Jr. and Marty Skull. Trent pinning Zack with a cradle pole driver. So that's probably going to lead to something, I'd have thought. Somewhere down the line. Sabre and Skull then did a revenge beatdown. Powerbombings Chuck on 6 chairs. Then the main event. New champs, Phoenix and Penta, beating the Young Bucks and Ricochet and Matt Sydal. Worth noting, they hit the cradle pole driver into a Canadian destroyer on Ricochet. So the Bucks lost without actually being pinned. It's worth noting that we already know the next show's title, Game Over, man, on April 21st. And they already announced that Zack Sabre Jr. would face Dick Togo in a non-title match. However, we have got some other matches on the card now confirmed. Mainly one-on-one ones with a tag match and a stipulation in. So we got Ray Phoenix versus Leo Rush, Keith Lee versus Jeff Cobb, Matt Riddle versus Adam Cole, Mark Haskins taking on Michael Elgin, War Machine take on the Young Bucks, and then the Reseda Street fight between Marty Skull and Chuck Taylor. That's a pretty damn strong card.
Yes, it is. And that's what I've got before we move on to WrestleMania week.
So quickly, Dragon Gate Japan Memorial Gate show. There was basically over the whole Memorial Gate strand a tournament to crown the new Brave Gate champion. On the night, it was won by Jimmy Kagetora. And then also on the same show, in the Open the Triangle Gate decision match, I believe this is because somebody got injured, so it had to change up a bit. Naruki Doi, Big R, and Ben K beat Shingo, Takagi, T-Hawk, and Brother Yashi. So Team Doi become the 59th champions. Takagi blamed the loss on the referee, but admitted they were happy because the triangle belt to curse because tragedy and injury wait to the team that holds them. So does that mean that the Triangle Gate titles are like the Eye of Tyr and Chikara? Like, this is crazy. But call me maybe. They did announce there is like they've already announced way ahead of time. The Dead or Alive show in May is going to have the the big world title for Dragon Gate on the line in some weird cage match like they always do every year. But before then, on April the 7th, at Korakuen Hall, the Doi team will face the Jimmies of Genki Horiguchi, Jimmy Susumu, and Ryo Jimmy Saito, along with some other matches. That's the only title match that's listed so far for that Korakuen Hall show. It's also worth noting DDT had its 20th anniversary show this weekend. Did pretty well. Apparently, it was 10,000 people in the Saitama Stadium. Not bad for a show that in its first year only got like 50 people or whatever. Things of note. I only mention this because this is fucking ridiculous. The title changed hands multiple times with the DDT Iron Man Heavy Metal belt through the things. Joey Ryan getting it at one point. Then after that, Shigehiro Irie beat Mike Bailey with a transmission. Said to be a good match. Then later on, we had the worldwide best in the world dangerous guy showdown match with Danshuka Dieno versus Joey Ryan, which Dieno won, interestingly. So he also, with that, he also wins the Iron Man Heavy Metal belt. You know what that champion that makes him, Owen? The 1,213th.
Jeez.
There's been that many champions of that belt.
Don't doubt it.
It's also worth noting that this match got interesting because let me get the notes. The new boss, apparently, of DDT came out, which was a very Japanese-looking Donald Trump, and did a PowerPoint presentation informing that the match will take place under Anal Explosion Deathmatch because Joey Ryan has a penis and Danshuka Dino is gay. So who knows? Basically, that apparently Dino shtick, because he is sort of the gay sort of wrestler, is there's exposed asses and whatever. But the real thing, and it's in videos on Joey Ryan's YouTube thing. The idea was they'd taken one of Dieno's colleagues and whatever outside and had rigged him with fireworks to go out of his ass. And if he doesn't win in 20 minutes, then the fireworks will go off and, that's the anal explosion. Either way, Dieno won in 12 minutes, but they fucking did it anyway, so that was a thing. For some reason. Also, I'm noting later on, in the Sengoku Commander match, Kota Ibushi, Yun Akiyama, and Daisuke Sakamoto beat Sanshiro Takagi, Keiji Muto, and Isami Kodaka. Following it, Takagi requested for the 10-count gong to signal his retirement from pro wrestling, but after delays from the ringside announcers and the general manager to get the gongs to sound, a picture was shown on the video display saying that DDT will be holding a special street wrestling event in the Tokyo Dome car park. They like it or not, the officials of the Tokyo Dome, they're going to be DDT. Their wish will sort of come true, and they will be wrestling at the Tokyo Dome. Not in it, just at it. And after this, Takagi went, fuck retirement. I want to be in that match. So from the people that know their stuff, Erie versus Bailey was really good. The Jun Kasai Daisuke Sasaki DDT Extreme title match, which I think saw a title change. Interestingly, Kasai crushed his nose on a ladder doing a headbutt tribute to Honma, apparently. And according to the notes, Jun Kasai is a guy that's taken so many extreme bumps, he no longer has a functioning dick. Christ. Speaking of dicks, AAA. Yes, segue. So it was the Rey de Reyes show this Sunday, which opened with Dark Cuervo and Dark Scoria beating El Macias and Pagano to become #1 contenders to the tag titles. Ayako Hamada, the surprise luchadora, in her first television match since 2008, came in and won, beating Fabi Apache, La Hiedra, Lady Shani, Gui Kong, and Big Mami. No Mari Apache because basically she's got a skull fracture, so she's out indefinitely. Also worth noting that Ayako Hamada was wearing her Perros del Mal ring gear. Then after the title match, Dorian Roldan and Impact Wrestling officials, including Jeff Jarrett, came out to announce a deal between AAA and Impact, which they booed. So Vampiro basically did it so all 3 men's titles were on the line. So whoever won would win. And it was Mundo that got the win, beating Phantasma after a run-in by a mystery man who was Kevin Cross, but given no name in the recap, apparently. So yeah. Johnny Mundo successfully defends the Latin American title and also wins the Cruiserweight title and the AAA Heavyweight title. So he's got 3 belts. What the fuck? Dr. Wagner Jr. and Psycho Clown beat Monster Clown and Murder Clown. Although, interestingly, afterwards, all 4 were attacked and left laying by Soul Rocker, Carter Brava Jr., and Moko Kota Jr. Then Taya Valkyrie lost the Reina de Reyes title to Hayako Hamada. So after 2.5 years, Taya is no longer champ. And Ayako, after being years away, is champ again. Or is champ. I don't know if she's been champ before. And then the Rey de Reyes, because it was originally supposed to think Mundo versus Takano and the Rey de Reyes, but they ditched it because reasons, basically no reasons, because it's fucking confusing. Argenis won, and the main event saw Aerostar beat Superfly, so Superfly, apparently, even though he'd hurt his arm and wasn't cleared to wrestle, was going to wrestle anyway. Basically, Superfly used Knuckles to KO Aerostar for the win, but then Vampiro restarted the match and Aerostar made the comeback. In terms of news from that show, the Lucha blog pretty much feels that there's a change in the creative direction, especially because of so many card changes and everything. And yeah, it looks like they're desperate. C4 Wrestling, at least as of when I was trying to get results earlier today, there's no results for Mean Street, so I can't tell you what happened with that, sadly. I know they've got a show coming up. I think it's mid-April. Alpha One Wrestling from I think the name of the show, can't even remember. I know it's at the Polish Hall in Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. The Outer Limits title was won by Ethan Page, beating Josh Alexander. Both beat Dominic Garrini and Will White, respectively, in the semi-finals earlier on in the night. Also on the card, Joey Kings beat Mark Wheeler. Greg Ryan and Vader Scott beat Faye Jackson and Ricky Shane Page. Kobe does retain the Alpha Male title against Shane Saber. Jim Nye beat the Space Monkey in the Grudge match. And in the four-way elimination match for the Zero Gravity belt, Del Bruno retained over Alex Daniels, Jason Cade, and Dr. Daniel C. Rockingham. Fight Club Pro over Friday and Saturday. Started off with Martina beating Chief Deputy Dunn, which is basically Damian Dunn. He won this match apparently via death, or lost this match, sorry, via death. But then amazingly, he kipped up after dying. So he's pulling double duty, except he's now the Dundertaker. Fuck. And he won, beating David Starr, Clint Margera, and Dan Maloney in the four-way. Candice LeRae beat Kaylee Ray. The Hunter brothers won the Dream Tag Team Invitational qualifier, beating Joe Coffey and Amari. So they'll be heading next month to the big show over the Easter weekend. In the British rounds match / Irish rounds match, Jimmy Havoc beat Mikey Whiplash. For the last time, apparently, Chris Brooks beat Nixon Newell. So the person that's leaving went out on the back, I guess. And in the six-man tag, British Strong Style of Dunn, Seven, and Bate beat Banks, Ospreay, and Wolfgang. Then on the first female of Fight Club show, David Starr opened up the match, winning the four-way between Amari, Dan Maloney, and Killian Jacobs. Session Moth Martina beat Kaylee Ray. Afterwards, she poured beer down Kaylee Ray's throat and then quit the Anti-Fun Police. Boo! The next match was supposed to be Ospreay versus Haskins, but got interrupted by Mustache Mountain, so it became a tag match, which Haskins and Ospreay won. So title opportunity down the line, who knows? Also, I'm not sure whether that match actually gives them qualification for the... Because there was supposed to be a second match here to qualify for the tag tournament. I'm not sure. Nixon Newell beat Candice LeRae. Pete Dunne then retained the Fight Club Pro title against Travis Banks. Interestingly then, though, after he lost, he immediately cashed in his Infinity Trophy shot for an immediate rematch, and Travis Banks won. Afterward, towards the end of the match, CCK and Damian Dunn tried to interfere to help Pete, but MK McKinnon made his return, fought them off, and that's how Travis Banks won. And new champ. Pete Dunne's dropped the belt. He's probably going to WWE soon. Probably. Beyond Wrestling. The secret show, Good Karma, leads us off from the Sunday's results. We have Mistress Belmont beat Karen Q. Maxwell Jacob Feinstein beat Wheeler Utah. Down Boys defeated Superiority Complex. And Scotty Slade victorious over Alea Markopoulos. Then the main show, the 7 Years of Bad Luck section. EYFBO beat Brian Malonis and Ace Romero. Chuck O'Neill beat Dave Cole. Chris Dickinson and Jordan Grace beat Alpha Sigma Sigma. So yeah, they beat ass. Afterwards, Dickinson beat the shit out of Jordan Grace. Apparently. Yaka beat Brandon Ross. Matt Riddle beat Matt Tremont in a death match with a top rope suplex into a barbed wire rig. Dijak attacked Riddle afterwards, but Mikey Webb and Chuck made the save. JT Dunn beat Rex Lawless with a death by elbow. Colt Cabana, Dick Justice, and Kikutaro beat Massage Envy and Johnny Cockstrong. Then in the four-way elimination, John Silver won. He eliminated Jonathan Gresham at first, thanks to a Dickinson distraction. Then Jay Freddy eliminated Tracy Williams with a roll-up, and then Silver eliminated Jay Freddy with a choke. Donovan Dijak then beat Mikey Webb with a Feast Your Eyes. And the main event saw Joey Janela and Penelope Ford beat the Hit Squad. Double stumps off a chair onto Damath. Chikara Hour of Power show live on their Chikaratopia service. Few things that came out of it. Ophidian issued an open challenge for Orlando, which was accepted by Jeremy Leary. Frightmare showed up, ripping a silver amp mask in his hands, which I think is leading to Frightmare and Hallowicked, I believe, taking on Silver Ant and Missile Assault Man. I think it's them too. The Whisper then beat Fire Ant. Pretty big upset. Then Mortimer and the Snow Troll joined the Whisper, and Mortimer's got a video on his chest with the Whisper saying that Leary's been struck with a case of snake style. Every illness has a cure, and the Whisper has it. And then Murloc and Razorhawk goes to a double count out, which is interesting because Murloc did have 2 points going into the contest, so he lost out on that. Sonny Defarge and Crummels then cut a promo saying that they'll beat Chuck Taylor and Dustin in Orlando, and no other team will be able to defeat them ever, or either way. And Coronado then came out and said it believes it's his destiny to beat Ultramantis Black for the world, for the Grand Championship in Orlando. What's coming up this weekend? Destiny Wrestling has got a Rage in the Cage show in Mississauga, Ontario. The main event is Moose versus Josh Alexander with the Grand Championship on the line in a non-Grand Championship rules match. So fuck you, TNA. I know they're not called TNA, but fuck it. Impact. Blah. Smash Wrestling, also on Sunday, have got Show Us What You Got in London, Ontario. Headlining with Braxton Sutter versus Davey Richards. Also got Colt Cabana versus Scotty O'Shea, Tyler Turner versus Tyson Dukes versus Cody Deaner in a triple threat, Dealey Andrews versus Sebastian Suave, Rosemary versus Casey Spinelli, Greed and the Space Monkey face the Kevin Bennett Experience. And there's also a meet and group with Angelina Love. CWF Mid-Atlantic are doing the Canodal Brothers Tag Team Tournament over 2 days. Friday night at 8 p.m. And there's a fan fest in the Saturday afternoon, and then Saturday evening is the second night of the tournament. In terms of the teams, Mecha Mercenary and Aaron Biggs are in there. The Dream Team with Stokely Hathaway with yet to be announced members. The Ugly Ducklings, the Carnies, Slade Porter and Ace Perry, The Power, Eric Ace Royal and Roy Wilkins, Eric Andrews and Lee Valiant, the Lynch Mob, the Dirty Blondes, Ethan Sharp and White Mike, Rob McBride and Handsome Mitch Comer, Dirty Daddy and Snoop Fox Sotine, Sis and Michael McAllister, Trip Cassidy and Kane Justice, and a mystery team. Interestingly, although it's a fan fest, they're actually doing matches on the show in Saturday afternoon. We've got Kane Justice defending the Rising Generation League title against Darius Lockhart, Eric Andrews putting his TV title on the line against a challenger selected by wrestling superfan Papa Hales. Trip Cassidy and Nick Richards go one-on-one with their tag team partners drawn at random by the fans. Mike Jordan versus the new and improved Chuck Taylor, which I think is the trademarked one, as in it's Stokely Hathaway, honest. So they're going to have, in the evening for the tournament, it's going to be the quarters, the semis, and the finals, along with Trevor Lee defending the Mid-Atlantic title against Chip Day. There is an option. So basically, it's $10 a night general, or sorry, $15 on the door general admission if you want to go. VIP tickets are $25 each. But if you want tickets for all three, it's $65. That includes entry to the Fan Fest, though. So, it is, yeah, because you have to get in with a ticket, basically. Most importantly, they got a WrestleFest arcade game. Holy shit! I approve. PWX Ode to Tradition this Sunday. On the card, we've got James Drake versus Jeff Cobb, White Mike versus Jason Cade, the Revolt in tag team action, Martin Stone one-on-one with David Starr, Tracer X versus Darius Lockhart, the Ugly Ducklings taking on the Syndicate, Anthony Henry versus Michael Elgin, and John Schuyler versus Cody Rhodes. Freelance Wrestling this Friday. It's next event, Don't Let Me Cave In, at the Logan Square Auditorium in Chicago. This will be live on Freelance Wrestling's website, I believe, for a small fee. I think it's like $5 or $10. I'm not sure. We've got a six-way scramble with Shane Saber, Pat Monix, Cody Rice, Shug D, Chris Castro, and Trey Miguel. Shotzi Blackheart defends the Rise title against former champ Angel Dust and Vader Scott. Durst and Brubaker team up to take on Stephen Wolf and Rob Matter. Darren Corbin one-on-one with Eric Cannon, which is interesting because they used to be tag team partners, at least in Chikara and other places. The N-Words defend the tag titles for Freelance against the Whirlwind Gentlemen. Team Beta of Mitchell, Sutra, and Nix take on the hierarchy of Day, Armor, and Murder One. Robert Anthony one-on-one with Stevie Fierce. Isaiah Velasquez takes on Ricky Shane Page. And GPA defends the Freelance World title against Matt Cage. And then the big one of the weekend, I guess, AIW's Gauntlet for the Gold. So it's 7 matches, as well as the Royal Rumble 30-person over-the-top rope Gauntlet for the Gold match, which the winner gets a title shot, I think, for Absolution in a few months' time. Tickets start from $20, as usual, at the Our Lady of Mount Carmel in Cleveland, Ohio. So the 7 matches, because obviously the Gauntlet for the Gold, I don't know who the 30 is. Mostly it's most of the people on the card, but there's some mysteries here and there as to who it is. So we've got the tag titles on the line with Crazy Payne defending against the Ninja Elite Squad, DJZ and Laredo Kid, and To Infinity and Beyond. Ethan Page one-on-one with Colt Cabana. We've got the Submit or Surrender match with BJ Whitmer versus Dominic Guarini. From what I remember, if BJ loses that, he's got to leave for good, I think. Something like that. Swoggle one-on-one with Eddie Kingston. What? Also, what? Joey Janela taking on Scott Norton. Jeez. Then the other 2 title matches, Alex Daniels defending the Intense title against Sean Schultz. And a triple threat for the Absolute title with Josh Prohibition defending the belt against Tim Donst and Tracy Williams. And as I said, the Gauntlet for the Gold match. They normally are interesting. The Gauntlet for the Gold, because some interesting people could crop up. I'm sort of thinking they're limited because of other shows and other things that are happening. But you never know. Surprises normally happen.
Okay. So this leads us into
that's all the news. Well, that's all the results anyway.
let's get to more what's going on with WrestleMania week. More Than Mania, March 30th.
Hang on, let me have a look at the lineup.
8
Scroll.
8 p.m. bell time at the Orlando Live Event Center. This is Evolve 80.
Yep. Just worth noting before that, there are a few things. There's a whole list that's like on PW Insider. The one things I'll note of interest, there's a WrestleCon kickoff party at the Orlando Wyndham Hotel featuring Sting, Ric Flair, and Jim Ross Q&A hosted by Matt Stryker. At the same time, at the Team Vision Dojo, there'll be an Art of Wrestling with Colt Cabana podcast featuring special guest Larry Zbyszko. And then, then at 6, the first of the WrestleMania Access shows at the Orlando County Convention Center. That close to you, Owen?
We're at the convention center. Thursday night will be 205 live matches.
Yep.
We have Rich Swann versus the Brian Kendrick, TJ Perkins versus Drew Gulak, and the return of Hideo Itami, and many more.
Yep. 6:30, you've got Wale Mania 3 at the Tier nightclub, as well as Jake Roberts live on stage at the Improv.
Yep.
And then, going chronologically, then we've got Evolve 80 at the event center as part of the More Than Mania weekend. Interesting card. Do you want to go through it?
Yes, I do. 8 p.m. bell time. Zack Sabre Jr. puts the Evolve title up against ACH. Catch point of Tracy Williams and Fred Yehi put the tag belts up against Michael Elgin and Donovan Dijak. There's going to be a grudge rematch with Drew Galloway taking on Matt Riddle. The Keith Lee Trial Series goes to match 3 as Keith Lee battles Ricochet. A special challenge match with Timothy Thatcher against the Dirty Daddy Chris Dickinson. Jaka takes on my good friend Jason the Gift Kincaid. And in a special attraction match, Ethan Page takes on Austin Theory.
If you can't go to that, half an hour later, as part of the WrestleCon shit, I shouldn't say shit, stuff, because it might not actually be shit. WrestlePro will be part of the event at the Orlando Wyndham.
Yeah, it's going to be the iDrive Wyndham Resort down the road from my house, actually. 8:30 bell time. The main event will be for the Global Force Wrestling Next Gen Championship as Cody Rhodes defends against Brian Cage. Falaba takes on Jeff Cobb. Tommy Dreamer battles Chris Payne. The Heavenly Bodies put the WrestlePro tag belts up against the Hit Squad. A lot of teaming for Maff and Mac this week, it seems. Brandy Rhodes versus Joey Ryan, a match I really want to see. And Kevin Matthews, Pat Buck, and Mario Baccara take on the Blue World Order of Big Stevie Cool, the Blue Guy, and Hollywood Nova.
Oh.
Next.
At 9 p.m., Orlando City Wrestling at the Guilt nightclub. Appearing at the show, probably wrestling, I'm guessing. Matt Sydal, EC3, Moose, Brian Cage, Papadon, John Cruz, Shannon Moore, Sue Young, Taya Valkyrie, Angel Rose, Santana Garrett, and Dolce Garcia, aka Sexy Star. That doesn't look too bad a show. And then at 11, next part of More Than Mania, it's Joey Janela's Spring Break.
Yeah, Game Changer.
Presented by Game Changer, yeah.
Game Changer, 11:55 p.m. back at the OLE. It is the dream match that Joey Janela has wanted his entire life. He faces Marty Jannetty. There's going to be the MMA super fight with Matt Riddle taking on Dan the Beast Severn. The Bulldozer.
Can I add in something here? Because Matt Riddle might be getting a lot of good attention. Because apparently he's just done an interview with Sporting News. The most important quote on Goldberg, He simply said, Bill Goldberg can't wrestle. That's it. He knows it. Yep. You're not pissing anybody off. Oh, Matt Riddle.
Interestingly enough, we'll try to get some of the cards up for like the smaller showcase shows if we can find them.
Some of them are only going to be announced last minute, like the Orlando City one. So, but yeah, with the spring break one, Janela's booking like shit.
Yeah, this show is pretty crazy. The Bulldozer Matt Tremont takes on the War King Eddie Kingston. Intergender tag action. Andy Williams from Every Time I Die teams up with the bad girl Penelope Ford to take on Braxton Sutter and Allie. Leo Rush takes on Keith Lee. Sami Callihan takes on Kyle the Beast. And there's going to be a special surprise run-in from Earl Hebner because they can't afford to pay him for a full match.
Yeah,
and then the spring break cluster with Facade, John Silver, Dink the Clown, Flip Gordon, Marcus Crane, Glacier, and the Invisible Man, plus more to be announced.
As it's noted, Joey booked a bunch of extra guys without asking for permission, so now it's a clusterfuck. There you go.
I'm trying to find the card for the Orlando City Wrestling show so I can give that to everyone real quick.
If there is one.
Okay. It's going to be at the Gilt Nightclub March 30th. It's on 740 Bennett Road. The FTPW Championship is on the line as Shannon Moore defends against Matt Sydal. There's going to be a 10-woman elimination match for the Ladies' Championship involving Kennedy Brink, Aria Blake, Angel Rose, Brandy Lauren, Sue Young, Veda Scott, and Lacey Lane. 6-man ladder match.
Yet to be announced.
That's what it lists as of right now. So 6-man ladder match for the Golden Challenge Championship. Braden Knight, Craig Classic, Matt Vandal, Mr. 450, Draculo, and Ronnie Lato. You're going to see a CZW showcase with Aaron Epic a showcase match with CZW World Champion Joe Gacy takes on Aaron Epic. Martin Stone takes on Brian Cage. Bull James versus EC3. Moose takes on TJ Marconi. Dulce Garcia versus Taya Valkyrie in a match that is not Lucha Underground, but is. And Papadon against John Cruz. That is your card for Downtown Throwdown, Orlando City Wrestling.
Friday morning, the WrestleCon first session for signings and everything at the Hyatt Regency.
Yep.
Then Progress Wrestling in Orlando. I think not a lot of the card is announced here.
There is no card announced.
Some of the results will be affected by what happens this weekend.
No card has been announced yet, but the card does involve World Champion Pete Dunne.
Pete Dunne facing again on the weekend?
Long show. Pete Dunne.
I can't remember.
Tag champions, Mustache Mountain. Atlas champion, Matt Riddle. Evolve champion, Zack Sabre Jr. South Pacific Power Trip, Jimmy Havoc, Mark Haskins, Tony Storm, Jenny, Rockstar Spud, Sami Callihan, Shane Strickland, and many more to be announced.
Mandrews.
Yes. I didn't have him on my list, but go ahead.
Well, I think Mandrews is the only one you didn't mention. But
he was the only one I didn't have, so continue.
Yeah, I didn't have any of the other ones. Well, apart from Strickland and Callahan, so it was like, okay. There is at the Downtown Orlando Rec Center, there's a Fighting Evolution Wrestling Flares All Women show. That's flares as in like the clothes flares, not woo crispy, woo Georgia Gold. Oh god damn it, Southpaw Wrestling. On the show, might be matches, I don't know. We've got Marty Bell, Santana Garrett, Rebel, Faye Jackson, Amanda Rodriguez, Alyssa Sky, Machiko, Holiday, Casey Lennox, Leo Knox, Lindsay Snow, Britt Baker, Gabby Gilbert, Luscious Latasha, and more. Probably more. Probably more.
I'm trying to find the card. This is a harder one to find.
Yeah, because I don't think they've got a full-on website anyway.
Yes. I'll have to get that information later. I do see there's a lot of shows for this.
Yeah, there's way too many. So then we've got the head-to-head. So at 4 p.m. At the WrestleCon stuff, we've got the Rev Pro show.
Yes.
This is the one that Owen's probably going to.
It's the one that I want to go to, unless it's sold out. So WrestleCon, Rev Pro back at the Wyndham. Zack Sabre Jr. takes on Penta. Ricochet versus Marty Scurll. Jay White versus Sami Callihan. Ray Phoenix versus Will Ospreay. The Unbreakable Effing Machines against Shane Strickland and Ryan Smile. And Martin Stone versus Jeff Cobb.
At the same time, Evolve 81's happening.
Yes.
So I'm guessing Sabre versus Pentagon's probably going to open Rev Pro at the Wyndham.
Because it's the main event of Evolve.
He's in the main event of 81.
So we've got Zack Sabre Jr. putting the Evolve title not up for grabs. Like I said, it's a non-title match against Michael Elgin. Catchpoint explodes as Fred Yehi takes on Matt Riddle. We're going to have Keith Lee against Donovan Dijak. The one half of the Evolve Tag Team Champions, Tracy Williams, teams with Jaka and Chris Dickinson versus Jason Kincaid, Sammy Guevara, and Austin Theory. Drew Galloway versus Leo Rush in a Style Clash challenge. And Timothy Thatcher takes on ACH, plus Ethan Page and the Gatekeepers will also be there, plus many more.
At 5, the next session of the Access stuff at the OC Convention Center.
This is a fun.
It's probably not the OC, but it's Orange County, so screw it, I'm calling it OC. This one is going to be the British focus.
This is the good one here. Tyler Bate puts the UK title up for grabs against Mark Haskins. Pete Dunne defends the Progress title against Mandarus. You're also going to see Jimmy Havoc, TK Cooper, Travis Banks, Dahlia Black, Tony Storm, and Jenny.
All making their in-ring debuts.
Yes.
In some shape or form. Which is a bit complicated because that's 3 women and 3 men. I guess triple threat? I don't know. SPTV Wrestling is having a show at the Guilt nightclub. Same venue that the one we mentioned before, the Orlando City Wrestling, is happening at. Announced for this one, there is one match by the looks of it. 2 matches. We've got Jessica Havoc versus Taya Valkyrie, and Masquerita Dorada versus Damus. Rey Mysterio, John Morrison, and Brian Cage are also on the card.
Okay.
At the same time, there's a FEW Super Party concert with the Ying Tang twins.
Yin Yang Twins.
Is that real? And VIC performing at the downtown Orlando Rec. Appearing at the concert will be Moose, D'Angelo, De Niro, the Pope, the Headbangers. God, if only Vinny was going. Crime Time, Simbodi, Too Cold Scorpio, Mr. 450, and more. Is Mr. 450 in a fit enough state? Is he? 7:30, we got the Hall of Fame ceremony at the Amway, which Eric Legrand's being put in by Dana, but will then be put in by somebody else because they always are, normally. DDP being inducted in by Eric Bischoff. They announced today, I think. Teddy Long being inducted by the APA. Beth Phoenix being inducted in by Natalia. Rock and Roll Express by Jim Cornette. Rick Rude by Ricky Steamboat. And Kurt Angle, the main event, I guess, inducted in by John Cena.
Yep. And like I said,
however,
like I said before, all T-shirts are available currently on WWE Shop if you want to buy them before WrestleMania.
At the same time, however, I can get it up properly. That's what she said. Shikara has its first of its 2 shows as part of the More Than Mania stuff.
Yeah, turn
the
left.
First one, because we're all Doctor Who, it's turn left. 4 matches, I think, so far. Chuck Taylor and Dustin take on challenge Crummels and Defarge for the Campeonatos de Parejas. In a non-title match, Ultramantis Black goes one-on-one with Grado. The Missile Assault Man and Silver Ant take on the Legion of Rot, which is Hallowicked and Frightmare, I believe. And Cyberhawk 2000 take on the Closers. They'll probably add a couple more matches to that, I would have thought. At the same time, though, at the Team Vision Dojo, Brainbuster Pro Wrestling is having a show. The matches I have listed, whether any of these have been added to this, we've got Craig Classic versus AJ Genazzo. Aaron Epic and Chip Day with Aspen take on Roscoe Elisa. Sonico with Carlina take one-on-one with Vandal. And the Monster Factory heavyweight champ QT Marshall takes on Leon St. Giovanni. And then at 8:30, the WrestleCon Super Show.
Yes. Love to go to this show, and I'm still trying to. As of right now, main event announced. This will be 8:30 back at the Wyndham. The Hardys take on Penta and Phoenix. Lashley versus Jeff Cobb. There's going to be a 10-man captain's choice match with Will Ospreay and 4 other superstars taking on Ricochet and 4 other guys. Brian Cage versus John Hennigan in a TLC match. A 20-person WrestleCon Rumble. Plus in action, 2 Cold Scorpio, Trevor Lee, Masquerita Dorada, Shannon Moore, Caleb Conley, Shane Strickland, ACH, Jack Evans, and Helico, Vampiro, Sami Callihan, and Drew Galloway.
Then at 10:15, Punk Pro Wrestling. Hi, Phil. Team Vision Dojo. Only matches I've got confirmed for this, as I have anyway. Martin Stone versus Dominic Carini. Rhett Giddings versus Jake Smumpfink. A triple threat with Ethan Case, Rude Boy Riley, and Stevie Fierce, and Eric Cannon to challenge for the Punk Pro title against somebody, I guess. That's a bit weird.
Okay.
And then at midnight, Kaiju Big Battle.
Yes. Obviously, no matches announced for that yet.
With, probably not this year with Ibushi. The question is, trying to look at there's plenty of weird things that you could have on Shikara. Oh my God, Swamp Monster. Swamp Monster would be a perfect fit for Kaiju Big Battle. I'm trying to see who else is on. Who could be the weird human? I mean, obviously it can't be Chris Hero. Remember, he's a villain in that shit, which is amazing. So then we transition into Saturday. If you see Kaiju Big Battle, you're not going to get much sleep because we go all the way to the OC Convention Center for the first Saturday session of Access.
Yeah.
Which is a combination of Cruiserweight and UK stuff.
Kira Tozawa takes on Arya Davari. Pete Dunne puts the Progress title up against Wolfgang. Tyler Bate defends the UK title against Joseph Connors.
There's also the second session of WrestleCon at the Hyatt Regency starting at 9. Then with the wrestling, Pro Wrestling Revolver at the Wyndham in Orlando. Pretty crazy card.
Interesting show. Ricochet against Shane Strickland. The Lucha Brothers against the Twins, which is Phoenix and Penta against Callahan and Cage. Jeff Cobb versus David Starr. The second part of the Battle of the Sexes between Su Yang, Oh, you're young, long day. And the Man Scout Jake Manning. Michael Elgin versus ACH versus Palmer versus Desmond Xavier. We're going to get a fans bring the presents match because it's Jack Evans' birthday and we're not supposed to bring weapons. We're supposed to bring presents as Jack Evans and Angelico take on the Chris brothers. And in a AR Fox open invite scramble ladder match, AR Fox takes on Leo Rush, Serpentico, Trevor Lee, Andrew Everett, and more. Matt Cross, of course, was booked in this match originally, but obviously that's not going to happen. So who knows who's going to take these spots. But the good thing about this show, Ashley, this show's called Pancakes and Pile Drivers, and it is 100% sponsored by IHOP, and they're providing free pancakes with tickets while supplies last.
Free pancake breakfast for all attendees. Holy fuck.
You'll need it to keep your strength for the rest of the week.
Fuck that show. Shimmer's on at the same time.
Yeah, Shimmer 91. Mercedes Martinez defends the Shimmer title against Candice LeRae. The tag champions Vanessa Craven and Tessa Blanchard take on Mia Yim and Kaylee Ray. Dulce Garcia takes on Kellyanne, and Santana Garrett battles Shayna Baszler.
Also featuring, but not officially confirmed in matches yet, the return of Cherry Bomb after her injury disappearance thanks to Impact. Jessica Havoc, Leva Bates, Vader Scott, Britt Baker, Samantha Hikes, and Lufisto, and probably more, possibly, maybe. Then at 1, action again for session 2.
Access.
This time it's the NXT. We're filming this for television, honest show.
Heavy Machinery battles the Vaudevillains. Tina Sabatelli and Riddick Moss take on the Ascension, and matches featuring Dario Baronato, Liv Morgan, and much more.
Probably not much more. Yeah, the lineup for the card.
It says more.
Then at 1:30, WCPW State of Emergency.
We went over that card earlier.
We ran through everything on that. Then we got Supercard of Honor.
Oh my God.
At least the Festival of Honor anyway in the afternoon.
Festival of Honor.
At the same time as ringside with Jim Ross. JR live on stage with Shivani and Paul O'Brien.
Yep.
I'm guessing all this will still happen despite the news. I'm not sure, how it will affect him.
I'm curious.
I'm hoping it goes ahead.
Right.
But I sort of will understand if it doesn't. WrestleCon will be having one night with a click. So that'll be another chatty thingy thing.
Yep.
Why did I describe it like that? At 3 p.m., Ignite Wrestling taking over the Team Vision Dojo. Interesting card here. Mance Warner and Dale Patrick team up to take on Percy Davis and C.T. Brown. The Gym Nasty Boys, really. Tim Lou Retton and White Mike take on Roscoe E. Lisa. Colby Carino one-on-one with Ace Perry. Ethan Case versus Trip Cassidy. Going Rogue of Aaron Epic and Chip Day take on the Ugly Ducklings of Lance Lude and Rob Killjoy. And Teddy Stigma faces Braden Knight. Then at 4 p.m., more choices. Shikara's second show, Bad Wolf, at the Orlando Event Center. 4 matches now confirmed for that. Ultramantis Black defends the Grand Championship against Juan Francisco de Coronado. Zack Sabre Jr., one-on-one with Max Smashmaster. Space Monkey defends the Young Lions Cup against Wani, and the Open Challenge match with Ophidian being challenged by Jeremy Leary. More will probably be added over the next week. If there's any additions to that stuff, I'll probably mention it next week because Shikara do like to update their cards at the last minute. Sort of like Progress, so I'll probably mention that next week as well. Although at the same time at 4 p.m., we've got the WrestleCon Women's Super Show.
So it's Su Yung versus Taya Valkyrie. Taylor Hendricks and Chelsea Green take on Santana Garrett and Gabby Castrovinci. Kennedy Brink against Jazz. Kellyanne versus Jessica Havoc. Indy Hartwell versus Thunder Rosa. Angel Rose takes on Solo Darling, Samantha Heights, and Renee Michelle. Hudson Envy versus Deanna Parazzo. Plus Rachel Ellering, Jade, Leva Bates, Nevaeh, and Cherry Bomb, as well as Tessa Blanchard.
And then 6 o'clock, Ring of Honor, Supercard of Honor 11.
We went over that card already.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, the Access Super Show, I guess you could call it, because it's NXT 205 Live and the UK title scene.
Akira Tozawa takes on Steve Cutler. Trent Seven puts the ICW heavyweight title up against Noam Dar. I want to see that match live. TJP and Mustafa Ali take on Tino Sabatelli and Riddick Moss.
Find what I want to there. Fighting Revolution Wrestling at the Downtown Orlando Rec. I've got a show at 7 then on Saturday, featuring Crime Time, the Headbanger Swoggle, and also Micro Championship Wrestling talents in action. Then NXT TakeOver at 8 p.m. at the Amway. We've got Bobby Roode versus Nakamura, Asuka versus Ember Moon, the Authors of Pain, DIY, and Revival in their triple threat, and Andrade Cien Almas versus Aleister Black. By the looks of it, we might be getting the match. Trying to think what else they're building to.
We'll see. It'll be fleshed out, I have a feeling, soon. Chris, I'm sure you'll see Cassius Ohno, too.
Yeah, he's probably going to be in a match or something. I can't think against who.
Maybe the return of Hideo Itami. I'm sure he'll make his return there, too, because I know they'll hype up him coming back at Access, so. Same time.
Unless they just put him in 205 Live, because of that storyline. If people follow it, I guess. But at the same time, this is annoying because this looks damn good.
Yeah, I know.
WWN's Mercury Rising Super Show.
Yeah,
Evolve versus Progress. This is the only year that all this shit will happen, because if you remember, of course, NXT was supposed to be Friday, and Hall of Fame was going to be Saturday.
Which would have been a lot easier for me. Because then I could have went to Supercard of Honor and been a lot happier. So we're going to have the Battle of Champions elimination match. The winner becomes the first ever WWN champion. Drew Galloway versus Fred Yehai versus John Davis versus Matt Riddle versus Pero versus Tracy Williams. So we have Zack Sabre Jr. putting the Evolve title up against Mark Haskins. Pete Dunne defends the Progress title against ACH. Ethan Page takes on Jimmy Havoc. Travis Banks and TK Cooper take on Chris Dickinson and Yaka. Then the Red Wedding happens. Lufisto versus Su Yung for the Shine Championship. Jason Kincaid and Keith Lee, plus Timothy Thatcher, Austin Theory, and more. And of course, Ashley has to drop out when I say that. So at 8:30 p.m., back at the Wyndham, as a part of the rest of the shows, we have CZW. Combat Zone Wrestling presents Best of the Best 16, 8:30 p.m. bell time. The main event for the CZW World Heavyweight Championship, Joe Gacy puts the title up against Brian Cage. Father Matt Tremont takes on Penta. And there's going to be an ultimate opportunity jackpot battle between Ace Austin, Caleb Conley, Alexander James, RSP, and Ethan Case. And the 4 round 1 matches of the best tournament. Jason Cade takes on AR Fox, David Starr, and Ricochet. The Chris Brothers, Sammy Callahan, and Ray Phoenix. Yes, it's OI4K versus Ray Phoenix. Scorpio Sky versus Zachary Wentz versus Anthony Henry versus Michael Elgin. And your Wired champion Joey Janela takes on Desmond Xavier, Shane Strickland, and Leo Rush. And the winners of those 4 matches will go on to battle to determine who is the best of CZW.
Did you mention the if I can get it going because the computer went weird, hence why it sounds really weird. The United States Wrestling Alliance show at the Team Vision Dojo.
No.
That's at 8, featuring Aaron Epic, Cameron Cade, Eric Weiner, Chip Day, Eric Moore, Beastly Brody, and more. Other than that, then 10 p.m. there's a Kevin Nash shenanigans party apparently.
Yeah.
Featuring him, of course, along with Mean Gene, Al Snow, James Storm, ODB, Ken Anderson, Rosita, Taya Trinidad, Billy Gunn, MVP, Abyss, Swoggle, and more.
That's going to be at Point. That's going to be at the pub at Point Orlando if you were interested in going.
There's a Something to Wrestling live podcast with Bruce Pitchard and Conrad Thompson that's apparently sold out. Fucking why? And then midnight, it's time for caffeine. Yeah, Beyond Wrestling.
Back at the OLE.
More of a Mania official stuff, I would argue. Anyway.
Matt Riddle takes on Donovan Dijak. Jeff Cobb against Keith Lee. The Unbreakable F Machines take on the Hit Squad. That's going to be stiff. Deonna Purrazzo takes on Lufisto. John Silver versus AR Fox. Joey Janela, and Penelope Ford have issued an open challenge. And Team Pazuzu members Chris Dickinson, Yaka, and current Impact Tag Team Champions EYFBO will also be in action.
Transitioning into Sunday, and I'm sort of wanting Owen to get out early and go to the Orlando Convention Center for this.
If I could.
Because, man, this UK show, the last one of Access, actually.
If it wasn't for the fact that I'm worried about trying to get into the building with 55,000 people, I would totally go to this because Trent Seven puts the ICW heavyweight title up against Wolfgang. Tyler Bate puts the UK title up against Pete Dunne in the match that should happen at TakeOver. Plus Mark Haskins, Jimmy Havoc, TK Cooper, Travis Banks, Dahlia Black, Tony Storm, and Jenny.
Yep. That seemed good. So at 10 a.m., there's a Mania Moments brunch party at the Hyatt Regency, part of the WrestleCon stuff. And then going from 10 till 6 is the WWN Broken Tailgate party.
Yeah, Saddle Up, the All-American Bar.
Yeah, the Hardys are doing a signing. EC3 is guest bartender.
Yes, he is.
And there's also some shows going with it, but I'll get to them in a minute. 1:30, ringside with Jim Ross with Jim Cornette and Bruce Pritchard. So then back to the Broken Tailgate party. 2 p.m. is the FIP show.
Yep. AR Fox, Sammy Callahan, Dave Christ, and a mystery partner take on ACH, Keith Lee, Michael Elgin, and Sammy Guevara. Fred Yehi puts the FIP World Heavyweight title up against Desmond Xavier. Martin Stone defends the Florida Heritage title against John Davis in the final showdown between the two. Priscilla Kelly against Aria Blake in a grudge match. Austin Theory versus Caleb Conley. And Jason Cade versus Anthony Henry. Plus the tag team champions, the Hooligans.
Then some show called WrestleMania is happening.
And let's forget about that.
Hang on, each one, two, three, four, already 12 matches confirmed for that.
There's going to be a More Than Mania wrap-up party with Matthew Riddle on at 11 p.m. at Back Booth.
Why are they doing a wrap-up party after before the show's even finished?
It's at 11 p.m. I don't know why. It's going to be at Back Booth, $12 general admission. It's called Shake and Base. If you're curious about that. And the last thing I want to go over would be the experiences that you're going to be able to experience.
You didn't mention.
So there's a lot of
show.
meet and
You
greets.
didn't mention the Monday show.
No, I didn't because I don't have it.
Monday before Raw, Orlando City Wrestling are having a special thing under the Orlando Eye.
That's interesting.
Feature 3 matches listed: Braden Knight versus Johnny Knockout, Aria Blake versus Willow Nightingale, and Rude Boy Riley versus Rhett Giddings. So yeah, with the experiences, the obvious one is Hogan. He's practically doing every day, I think, over the course of the stuff.
Yeah, it's at the new beach shop that's on iDrive.
I'm trying to see if it's the same time every day. Yeah. So, okay. So on Wednesday, it's at 5 p.m. But then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and possibly Tuesday. Yeah. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, the signings are at midday.
Yeah, Wednesday it's 5, Thursday it's 12 to 4, Friday it's 12 to 4, Saturday it's 12 to 2, and then a 4 to 6, and then WrestleMania Sunday it's noon to 4, Monday it's noon to 4, and Tuesday it's noon.
Okay, so there's an additional one. Oh wow, I forgot to mention the other wrestling shows on the Wednesday. There's an Atomic Wrestling Entertainment show at the Guilt Nightclub with Swoggle, Lever Bates, ODB, Ricardo Rodriguez, Colt Cabana, Joey Ryan, TNT, Jesse Neal, CJ O'Doyle, and Gangrel appearing. Then at 8 p.m. there's a Punk Pro Wrestling show at the Team Vision Dojo. And then at 11:45, Late Night Sleaze with Joey Ryan Q&A style show at the Vision Dojo. Vision Dojo is doing a lot in it.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, so let's talk about the meetups, the meets real quick. March 30th, Charlotte's going to be at the Toys R Us at Millennium Plaza Way from 3 to 5. First come, first serve on your autographs with a purchase. March 31st, you meet Kevin Owens from 5 to 7 at the Walgreens on iDrive. Bailey, 1 to 4 at the Orlando Eye on the same day with a photo op. There's no autographs, and you get a ride on the Eye, and that's $35.
Holy shit, are you going to Walgreens?
It might be, potentially.
Good.
We'll see. I did already meet Kevin Owens, luckily, at Animal Kingdom, so. March 31st also will be Charlotte Flair at the Cricket Wireless on Sand Lake, and that's 1 to 3. April 1st, you meet Justin Roberts at the Barnes & Noble on Sand Lake, and that includes Tommy Dreamer and John Hennigan as well. New Day are going to be at the Lids at the Florida Mall at 1 to 3 on April 1st. That's Florida Mall at OBT. So Ric Flair will be at the Foot Locker at the Florida Mall at OBT from 11 to 1.
You'd have thought
And
Rick would have been at the bloody KFC.
I wanted them to do that, but they didn't.
Boo.
The all access $2,000 experience at the Performance Center is March 30th. So if you want to go to that, I think it's still available. There's WrestleMania store signings as well, and I think that's going to be what we end with. Becky Lynch at the WrestleMania store at the Orange County Convention Center at 1 p.m. First come, first serve. First 300 fans are going to get that meetup with Becky Lynch. March 31st, Dolph Ziggler at 11 a.m. at the WrestleMania store at the OCCC. And that's going to be first come, first serve. And that's going to be your WrestleMania week. And that's going to tell you right now that I honestly have no idea what our shows are going to be like next week.
There are some various seminars as well if you are a wrestler and interested in getting some expertise. Tommy Dreamer and Bully Ray are doing one at the Team 3D Academy in Kissimmee, is it?
Yeah, Kissimmee.
And then Team Vision Dojo is doing a load. 11 a.m. Thursday, you got Robbie E. 1:30 p.m. Marty Jannetty. 5:30 Nick Dinsmore. Then Friday, you've got a QT Marshall one at 11 a.m. Glacier at 2:30. Wow. And Saturday's probably just wrestling rather than anything. Oh, there is an Eddie Kingston seminar on Saturday mid-afternoon evening time at 5:30 at Team Vision Dojo.
Yeah. So if you are here for
seminars are being done, so screw it, bastards.
If you're here for WrestleMania, there's going to be a ton of stuff for you to do starting next week. So that's our show. Went longer than I wanted it to tonight because I was trying to cut it down an hour, but that didn't work out.
Well, we did spend a lot of time hyping up next week, which obviously will have to do. We'll do, but obviously to a lesser extent. It's just what the cards, because Progress will obviously reveal its hand. Shikara will have more of its cards. Most of the others that we actually went for are already complete, so
I can honestly tell you I have no idea what our show schedule is going to be like next week. I guess you're just going to have to keep checking out at Sir Owen Disney on Twitter, and I'll be able to keep you guys updated what we're going to be doing live shows.
I'm tempted to say definitely Monday and more than likely Wednesday.
It just depends on what time I can get out. Well, this week, Monday and Wednesday for sure. Everything else is up for grabs right now.
Yeah, everything else, it depends. The sort of aim is that we want to try and do a show hopefully some point over the weekend.
It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, if we can, to try and do something to cover the indie shows so we don't have a bloody backlog to cover on the following Wednesday.
I'm at the point now that if things don't change, I mean, I don't want the Wednesday show to go forever, and I almost would want to do like an afternoon podcast that everybody would listen to an archive so we can talk about the WrestleMania stuff.
I'm already trying to plan that far ahead because I'm trying to see all the movies that I want to see next week. I've got like 1 Sunday, 3 Monday, 2 Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm not sure which, and probably 2 Thursday.
So
I'm going to be fucking congested next week.
Yeah, it's gonna
WrestleMania weekend. Like, I'm getting it all out the way, so I don't have to worry about like I need to see this now, otherwise I'm fucked.
I'm trying to get into the Hall of Fame still. That's up for grabs. It probably won't happen, but I'm still trying. I am really wanting to be able to go to NXT on Wednesday. Again, don't know if that's going to happen or not. I guess we'll see. I'm trying to go to the NXT tapings on the 19th, and then obviously I'll be at Impact on the 20th and the 23rd. So, real quick, I want to thank Jeremy Mills, Aiden Quinn, and Logan again for joining us in chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for listening to us for so long, talk about all the different kinds of wrestling. Ashley, where can we find you on social media?
Find me on Twitter at AshesMyNameUK. There should be a video coming up, whether it's weekend or Monday or whatever, covering the video game BAFTA awards because the nominations are out.
Nice. So, quick programming note: tomorrow, yet another edition of Sip and Snack. Friday, Versus returns. Saturday, I guess we'll see what happens. Honestly, Saturday is probably gonna be Gaming with Ash. Actually, Sunday will be AJ's movie reviews. I don't know what it's gonna be. I honestly cannot tell you. You're just gonna have to wait and find out when I do. Back here next Monday for Raw. 11:30 p.m. Wednesday Wrestling Popcast next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Obviously, Friday could be a podcast. We don't know exactly yet. Saturday's NXT Takeover Orlando. I hope to be going live afterwards. Sunday's WrestleMania. I don't know if we're going to be. I don't think we're going to be able to go live afterwards. Monday is Raw. Tuesday is SmackDown. I'll be at all of the events we just listed except for the Hall of Fame. So if you are listening and you're in the area or you're coming to the area for Mania, say hello because I'm very easy to spot. So once again, follow me on Twitter at Suro and Disney. Follow the network at Popcast Network. Check out our Facebook fan page at Popcast Network and our Zazzle merch at Popcast Network and our Patreon at Popcast Network and our Twitter at Popcast, literally at Popcast Network. So once again, I want to thank everyone for listening tonight. And as always, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more this evening or this morning, depending on where you're listening, you have chosen a podcast. Well, thank everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for listening. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.
Wow, we didn't do a podcast referencing Paige and her getting wacky with Xavier Woods. Oh shit, I just did.